Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to this first regular sitting of the Senate following the opening of the 13th Parliament on Thursday, 29th September 2022. Shortly, the Senate Business Committee will deliberate on and submit to the House a calendar which definitively set out the dates for regular sittings and recesses to aid in planning, scheduling of business of the Senate. Honorable Senators, before we proceed with the core business of today's sitting, as listed in the order paper, I take this opportunity to inform the Senate that via the letter dated 29 September 2022, the majority party submitted the names of senators to serve in the majority party leadership. The senators are as follows: Senator Aaron Cheriot, MP, Senate Majority Leader. Senator Tabitha Keroche Karanja, MP, Deputy Senate Majority Leader. Senator Dr. Boni Kalwale, CBS, MP, Senate Majority Whip. And Senator Dr. Lelegwe Ntumesi, MP, Deputy Senate Majority Whip. Senators, you may work. Likewise, via the letter reference Azimio, /admin 2022 dated 26 September 2022, the minority party submitted the names of senators to serve in the minority party leadership. The senators are as follows: Senator Justice Retired Stewart Mazayo, CBS MP, Senate Minority Leader. Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, Deputy Senate Minority Leader. Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP, Senate Minority Whip. And Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, Deputy Senate Minority Whip. Honorable Senators, I take this opportunity to congratulate the House, the Honorable Senators for appointment to these high offices and assure them of the cooperation and support from the office of Speaker. I'm confident that you will steer your respective parties and in turn the Senate in advancing a robust legislative agenda that will strengthen our devolved system of governance. Honorable Senators, as regards the business before the House this afternoon, the Senate will consider the names of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee. The committee is charged with the responsibility of 1, preparing and if necessary, adjust the Senate calendar with approval of the Senate. 2, monitoring and overseeing the implementation of Senate business and programs, including the legislative programs. 3, implementation of the standing orders respecting the scheduling or programming of the business of the Senate and the functioning of its committees. 4, taking decisions and issuing directives and guidelines to prioritize or postpone any business of the Senate in consultation with the Speaker. And lastly, considering such matters as may from time to time arise in connection with the business of the Senate, and shall have and perform such powers and functions as are conferred on and ascribed to it by the standing orders or by the Senate. Standing Order 199-2 on the approval of nomination of senators to serve in the select committees provides as follows. Whenever motion for approval of a list under paragraph 1 is moved in the Senate, no objection against the proposed membership of a senator in a select committee shall be permitted, and objections, if any, shall be formulated against the proposed membership as a whole. The import of this standing order is that amendments to the motion appearing at order number 8 in today's order paper to omit the name of a senator to replace the name of a senator with another are not permitted. I thank you. Next order, please. What's your point of order?
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of order emerges from a reading of Standing Orders 22 and 23. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, the point of order relates to your direction and the communication of the majority party and the minority party. And I wish to be heard on this point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the standing numbers in Senate is as follows. Azimio elected members, 22, 10 nominated, total 32. Kenya Kwanza Coalition Party elected 24, nominated 10. The totals are therefore 32 against 34. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, one member of Senate, the member representing Bungoma County, is now the Speaker of the National Assembly. That brings the number to 33-32. But further, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are all aware that two senators from this House, Senator Murkomen has been nominated to serve as Minister for Roads and Transport. Congratulations to him. And another senator, Senator Roslinda, has been nominated to serve in the Ministry of Lands and Environment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the net effect of this nomination is that we are going to have an aggregate of 32 senators for Kenya Kwanza, for Azimio, and 31 senators for Kenya Kwanza. That will make Azimio coalition, in line with Section 2 of the Political Parties Act, as the majority party. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am aware that under Article 98(1) of the Constitution, this House is enjoined, and the Speaker is enjoined, to only direct a majority from the party with the majority number of members in this House. And I'm also aware, Mr. Speaker, sir, that both Senator Murkomen and Senator Roslinda would have to resign as senators before being appointed, or would be appointed, then resign as senators. And it will take a period ordained by the Constitution for by-elections to be held in Elgeyo Marakwet for Senator Murkomen. It will take an equivalent time, I think 14 days maximum, to replace Senator Roslinda as nominated senator. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we are then going to face a problem of a minority in the House being designated as a majority, because the Azimio coalition will have a majority in the House and the Kenya Kwanza coalition will be a minority in the House. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, the outcome of the elections in Bungoma County, which may tilt in favor of Azimio coalition, will then probably add the numbers. This is a serious legal issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you may have rushed to designate a minority as a majority. Now, we want to just point this, that it may be premature, but it's an important point. That, Mr. Speaker, sir, the situation that we have now has comparatives. And the comparatives, Mr. Speaker, sir, are found in the experience of the US Congress, the 83rd Senate of the US Congress, which served in 1953 to 55, had an equivalent of 46 senators, 47 senators for the Democrats and 48 for the Republicans. And why I make this intervention at this point is because in the 83rd US House of Congress, Senate having that one, the difference is one, there was one independent, as we have in this House, Senator Okiya Omtata, an independent. And the submission before that House, Mr. Speaker, sir, and those are the submissions that I'm making here, is that Senate got to a point where it then got into a power-sharing arrangement, and the power-sharing arrangement, Mr. Speaker, sir, applied or was applied to committees, where there was a close, where, Mr. Speaker, sir, where, Mr. Speaker, sir, as in this case, I wish the clerk would give me time so that Mr. Speaker, sir, could hear me. Where the clerk, Mr. Cherargei, give me time. Where it is close, Mr. Speaker, sir, where, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm on a point of order. Where, Mr. Speaker, sir, where the membership is as close, Mr. Speaker, sir, what the House does is to create a balance, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the leadership of the House. And this is my point, that where the leadership in the House, or where the membership is 31 to 32, then this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, would have to come up with an ingenious
Senator,
method.
I've been listening, and I wanted to get your point of order. What
It's
is
okay.
your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is premature to designate Kenya Kwanza as the majority party. And it is also premature, Mr. Speaker, sir, to designate Azimio as the minority party. Mr. Speaker, sir, this stems from a reading of both the Constitution, the Standing Orders, and the Elections Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt my colleague when he was speaking on the floor, much as what he is canvassing doesn't pass for a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason I took time and didn't want to interrupt him is because I know that many of our new colleagues, this is a learning curve for them. And therefore, I think it behooves us that we indulge them, even in difficult times when they try to raise things that, in my estimation, are rumors before this House. This House, Mr. Speaker, discusses facts. It discusses matters that are properly placed before it. As it is, Mr. Speaker, I have listened to your communication, and I've been in this chamber since you walked in at 2:30. I have not had any communication that you've sent out to the House informing us that there are any members of this House who have been nominated to the cabinet. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, that by practice, we do not discuss in this House news articles, newspaper cuttings, stories on Facebook, tweets. And therefore, what the distinguished senator is indulging you, Mr. Speaker, is basically a discussion of rumors before this House. And it's not proper, Mr. Speaker, for you to give him any hearing beyond what you have already granted, Mr. Speaker. This matter should rest, Mr. Speaker. And while at it, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I wish to remind you, that as per our count as Kenya Kwanza, this coalition has 36 senators. Azimio, first of all, we are not sure whether there is a coalition party called Azimio in this house, because I know of ODM, I know of Wiper, I know of other parties, but Azimio, the coalition political party, has no senator in this house. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, as per our count, if that were to be the case, they have only 29 senators. And then we have an independent senator and a non-aligned senator, that is Senator Okia Omtata. Therefore, even if he was to do what is commonly nowadays referred in this country as Charera mathematics, there is no single imagination upon which Azimio can be the majority in this house. Therefore, I wish to request, Mr. Speaker, that this matter be laid to rest. You don't engage in any discussion on rumors before you until such a time, Mr. Speaker, as the distinguished member brings something substantive. But I do request, Mr. Speaker, otherwise I would have requested that actually that his very long prose be struck from the deliberations of the House. But given that this is a new member, still trying to learn his ways along the corridors of this House, let it remain on record, Mr. Speaker. But don't indulge him any further.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting for the minority or majority leader, because at this point it is quite clear that we are not so sure. But following your own declaration, let me correct it. Let me say it is quite ridiculous for the majority leader to purport that the president of this republic is a rumor monger. Mr. Speaker, it is in the public domain that the president of this republic, who is his party leader, nominated 2 senators from this house to serve in his cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, the point of order raised by the distinguished senator from Kisumu is in order. The issue here is this: do we deal with it now, or do you give us guidance on what will come tomorrow, Mr. Speaker? If in the event that tomorrow the 2 distinguished senators accept, because we have not had them responding to the presidential nomination, if they accept and they resign and you give us a communication, what will become of the 2 sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the consequences, I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the consequences on this is far-reaching because we've got issues of committee leadership, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the point of order that raised by the distinguished senator from Kisumu is valid. And I think it will be proper for you to guide this House on how we'll be able to deal with that issue when the time comes. Because at the moment, it is true, we have not received a communication from you that the 2 distinguished senators have accepted the president's nomination, but it is wrong. And I know we all subscribe to the principle of separation of powers, but it is wrong for the majority leader to come and purport here that his party leader and the president of this republic is a rumor monger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with maximum respect for the House and to Professor Ojianda, the point of order that is raising only exists in merit either in his imagination, Mr. Speaker, or on the streets of rumor, streets of social media, and all manner of virtual streets, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I've heard him clearly, he has spoken to 2 points. Mr. Speaker, he has spoken to your ruling and the rules of this House, not his communication from the chair. You have spoken to the communication from the chair which he directed the House. Professor Ojianda, from today going forward, if you would like to raise a matter, then, and challenge it on the floor, you should do so, and you're free to do so when the matter is still live. The moment the Speaker gave that directive and guided the House and sat down, before the new order was read, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that you'd have risen in your place on that point of order. Mr. Speaker, we have read messages. You have heard. Mr. Speaker, the second issue that the honorable member has raised, which has got merit, of course, is on the actual numbers here. We all know that it is 36 against 39. You are free to do your communication, but that, Mr. Speaker, if you could protect me from
Honorable Senators,
Honorable Ambua.
let
Mr.
us
Speaker.
hear Honorable Kalale in silence, please.
Be patient, Tom, you'll have your
And
chance.
Senator for Kakamega,
Mr. Speaker.
address the chair. and
Thank
not
you,
the
Mr. Speaker.
individual.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to have addressed them. You know, I thought I could help them slightly more with eye contact. Mr. Speaker, the issue of numbers, why are they running ahead of themselves? In this House, we have the principle of anticipation of debate. They can wait. If it ever comes to pass that you have to make a ruling on a point of order like that one, it can only happen the moment the senator of Elgeyo Marakwet ceases from being a senator. He is the senator today. The moment Senator Soipan Tuya ceases being a senator, then they would be free to seek for your guidance. Otherwise, on the principle of anticipation of debate, Mr. Speaker, I would request that you rule him out of order and we proceed and invite him at the right time to bring the matter, and knowing your background, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that you're going to rule at that time.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Cheriot was doing so well until he introduced rumors in his speech. Senator Kalale was doing so well until he got it completely wrong on the issue of numbers, because he gave us 36 and 39, simple calculation 75. We don't have that kind of number in this House. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm chanting is that, Mr. Speaker, this is House of Record. We shall be guided in our deliberations by the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, our standing orders and traditions. Standing order number 1014 is very clear, that no senator can impute improper motives on a colleague while contributing on any matter on the floor. The Speaker, I say Senator Cheriot is doing so well until the time that he said our colleague, Senator Tom, is trading in rumors on the floor of the Senate. We don't trade in rumors in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unless Senator Cheriot wants to confirm that all that was announced by the President of the Republic of Kenya on the nomination of CSs is all rumors and a phantom. If that's not the case, Mr. Speaker, I would request that Senator Cheriot will withdraw the rumor from his speech and we continue the debate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I have tremendous respect for my lecturer, conveyancing law lecturer, Professor Tom Ojienda. but it is embarrassing that he is engaging on rumor mongering. Two things. No, you are not in Oloitoktok, my friend. Can you behave? You are in the house. Yes. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from this class? Mr. Speaker, I want to make two comments.
Order, honorable members, when a member is on the floor, honorable senators,
But you are
the
heckling.
honorable Cherengai is on a point of order.
Yes.
So allow him to conclude,
What are
and then
they
he'll
doing?
he'll be given an
You are
opportunity.
heckling.
The honorable senator is on a point of order.
Relax. Mr. Speaker, there are two things that I just want to mention. One is that we are engaging in speculations. As you are aware, the IEBC does not have resignation of Senator Murkomen or Senator Soipan Tuya. If that communication has been effected before you, Mr. Speaker, it would have been easier. And even the standing orders of the Senate provide on the procedure on how minority and majority can be achieved, Mr. Speaker. So what I want to request, in fact, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda talked about Azimio Coalition Political Party. For a fact, there is no Azimio Coalition Party. So that point of order is misplaced because that party does not exist on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, and I want to remind my colleagues, when you amended Section 3 on Political Parties Act, it was very clear that coalition political party is a party. So by the time he's bringing Azimio political party, Mr. Speaker, coalition political party, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from this gentleman? And I would have expected Senator Wambua, since he became a House leader, he should somehow behave in a decorum manner with divinity, at least. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, so that we don't belabor this point, we are engaging in a wild goose chase. The numbers that we have here as Kenya Kwanza is crystal clear. It is 36-29. We don't need to engage on other things. Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, there is a hangover of handshake government. Because last time, Mr. Speaker, the last time when there was chaotic in leadership, Mr. Speaker, there are people who benefited of being chairman of majority side, yet they were minority side. I want to ask my colleague and my colleagues in the minority side, please don't bring hangover of handshake arrangement that was with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga before the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable senators, the submissions by Senator Tom Ojenda, those are very powerful submissions. So powerful and yet inappropriate at this time. I have not received any notification from any senator that they've resigned. As we sit here, no senator has passed on, no senator has resigned. The resignation of Honorable Wetangula did not tilt the balance. And therefore, my communication was right. And in fact, Azimio did confirm in a letter that they're in the minority side. The names that I've read out actually came from Azimio, confirming indeed that they're playing the role of minority in the Senate. So for Azimio to write that later, confirming indeed that they are the minority in the Senate, they cannot purport to turn around and give us the debate or the points of order that we've just been entertained to. That being the case, the communication as read by the chair on who is the minority and who is the majority reflects the position. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 4th of October, 2022. This is the President's address on the opening of the 13th Parliament, delivered on Thursday, the 29th of September, 2022, during a joint sitting of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to give notice of the following motion. That pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate business. See?
Order, honorable senators. Honorable senators, let's have some order, please. Senator Kalwale, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 190/1 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. The members: 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP. 2, Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP. 3, Senator Sigei Hilary Kiprotich, MP. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP. 5, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, MP. 6, Senator Munyihagi Faki, MP. 7, Senator Ledama Olekina Arias. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, motion, approval of senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. That pursuant to Standing Order number 190 and Standing Order number 199/3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Standing Order number 190/1, shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip, namely, 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, 2, Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP, 3, Senator Sigei Hilary Kiprotich, MP, 4, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, 5, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, MP, 6, Senator Mwenyehaji Faki, MP, and 7, Senator Ledama Ole Kina. Mr. Speaker, as the House will notice, this is a procedural motion without which this House cannot begin business. I therefore have no doubt in my heart that the opposition is joining the majority in support of this motion. And Mr. Speaker, being that clear,
Senator Kalwele, can you conclude?
Yes.
Moving.
Mr. Speaker, protect me from the great. I want to concentrate. Oh, that's all. Can I help you?
Honorable members,
Frivolous.
the reason we are called honorable people is we are expected to act honorably. With technology, if you look just in front of your seat, you don't need to shout. You simply press for intervention. I will only be able to pick out the ones who have used that technology. Shouting will not in any way get my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, I was just confirming to the House, Mr. Speaker, that this is a motion which is for the benefit of the entire House, and I have no doubt that the minority and the majority agree on this one, and for that reason, I move the motion and invite my brother, Justice Matayo, to second my motion.
Bwana Spika, asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kusema ya kwamba umesema ya kwamba lazima mtu abonyeze kidole ili uweze kuona hapo katika hiyo kioo chako ulicho nacho hapo mbele. Utaweza kidude. Utaweza kuona ni nani amefinya kibonyezo cha hoja ya nidhamu. Bwana Spika, katika bunge hili ni kawaida ya kwamba upande walio wachache na walio wengi mtu yote anaweza kubonyeza kidole. Lakini kwa mara ya kwanza ninaona katika kubonyeza kidole cha kompyuta ya huyu ndugu yangu Ledama Ole Kina ilikuwa amefinya. Lakini aidha wewe umeona ama pengine umefinya jicho lako moja hukuweza kuiona. Nasema vile ilivyo Kiswahili hichi. Umefinya jicho lako moja hukuweza kuona, ndio sababu ukakosa kumtaja. Lakini kwa uhaki ni kwamba ikiwa hoja ya nidhamu iko pande hii na iko pande ile, Bwana Spika, ni
The Honorable Senator for Kilifi, are you therefore trying to impute improper motive on the part of the chair?
Bwana Spika, siwezi kufanya hivyo kwa sababu najua, lakini binadamu si kamili. Siwezi kufanya namna hiyo wala siwezi kusema kitu kama hicho, lakini binadamu si kamili. Pengine umepitiliwa na hukuona kama alikuwa amefinya hicho kidole. Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, sina shida na yale aliyotamka ndugu yangu Boni Khalwale. Asante Bwana Spika.
The Senator for Kilifi, you left your statement hanging. We are not sure whether you are supporting, you are seconding the motion, or you are not.
Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
Honorable Senators, I'm going to allow contributions. Honorable Senators, I do now propose the question, which is, the pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who, pursuant to Standing Order 191, shall be the chairperson of the committee: the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, as a member. Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP, member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH, MP, member. Senator Mwinyi Haji Faki, MP, and a member. Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. I will. Honorable Senators, I will allow members to make the contributions before we move on. Senator Cheptumo Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. Mr. Speaker, we know the role of this very, very important committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the membership of this committee, there are members that, Mr. Speaker, we know their capacity. And we know, Mr. Speaker, this House is going to deal with very many serious matters which are going to impact positively in our country. And Mr. Speaker, the role of the House Business Committee of Senate, Mr. Speaker, is a very important committee. And Mr. Speaker, we applied the Standing Orders 190 and 199. And apart from these members, Mr. Speaker, there are those in House leadership which are going also to be part of this committee. Mr. Speaker, it is a procedural motion. We may not have much to say about this motion because, Mr. Speaker, we know these members. My appeal to our members, Mr. Speaker, is that they are going to give you the support as our chair of the House. And Mr.  we are going as a House, Mr. Speaker, having discussed a lot during our induction, that this House, Mr. Speaker, is actually the upper house. And Mr. Speaker, as you guide the House, together with these very able men and women of this committee, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to be guided well, and we are going to move and be able to demonstrate to the country that this is indeed the upper house. Mr. Speaker, I support the list of this committee, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, because my leader has already supported the motion, I also wish to, I'm standing to support the motion. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to just express a concern on one of the members who has been proposed for the committee, who is Senator Roba. Senator Roba, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a member of Azimio Coalition, and he knows he signed the coalition agreement, which only expires 3 months after the inauguration of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has said that he doesn't need us, that he needs us in the opposition so that we can oversight him and oversight them. Mr. Speaker, why is he accepting people from the opposition joining him? Is it only Raila,
Honorable Senator,
with whom he doesn't want handshake? I
Honorable
think handshake
Senator,
should mean everybody,
Senator
including Roba.
Oburu Odinga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support, and I beg to support. Thank you.
At some point, Senator, I thought you were opposing. Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to say that I support the motion, and I just want to urge the members of this committee, the Business Committee, to understand that this Senate is made up of young, energetic senators who have already put in a lot of work even before we open the House, and we have bills. And we hope that it's not going to be a matter of trying to find out what is the fastest way to get your bill on the order paper. So I'm just urging the members that I hope this time around in this Senate, it won't be about trying to push your bill to be under sponsored by the political party in order for it to move faster. So I'm just appealing to the members to note that we are young, we are energetic, and we have a lot of bills to pass in 5 years. So if they can assist us. I support, yes, I support the motion.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, the work of the House Business Committee is to set the pace of this House and the business of this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what has been happening over the years is that bills are moved, and even 5 years ago, and those bills which originate from this House and ends to the National Assembly finally never become law, Mr. Speaker. And although there has been efforts to amend the standing orders to quicken such business or to find a way of it being inherited, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging the new set House Business Committee to put commitment so that the bills we move in this House, Mr. Speaker, can see light of the day the earliest time possible, so that if they are going to the National Assembly, can become law and can be useful to the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Okongo Mogeni, what is your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, and standing order number 190, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of 190, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, yes, which refers to the composition of the Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue I want you to deal as a preliminary before I'm able to either support or oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, the composition of the House Business Committee, other than the leadership, should have 7 other senators that should reflect the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name of Senator Ali Roba has been read, but listening to the motion as prosecuted on the floor, I'm not able to know whether he's been picked by the majority side or by the minority side. This point is important because, Mr. Speaker, when we are picking this membership, it should reflect the way the numbers are constituted in this House, Mr. Speaker. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, Senator Ali Roba is a member of the Azimio Coalition Party, Mr. Speaker. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, from the onset, because this is a house of record. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. And I know that Senator Ali Roba is also a Muslim. He reads the Quran. We want to transact business in this house in a very honest manner, Mr. Speaker. So before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, we need it to be on record whether Senator Ali Roba has been nominated by the majority side or by the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I was in this house when we enacted the amendment to the political parties, Mr. Speaker. And the law, as it stands today, says that if the Speaker is in doubt as to which side a member belongs in any coalition or a political party, we can seek communication from the registrar of political parties. So, Mr. Speaker, so that this matter is put to rest for finality, so that we transact business while respecting the Constitution, our laws, and our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, we need to know which side has nominated Senator Ali Roba, and 2, for the record, not just for today, Mr. Speaker, but for the record, we need to know which side UDM and the senators elected on that party belong on this House, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, if you are in doubt, a communication should be sent to the registrar of political parties to communicate to the House so that we know. So Mr. Speaker, before we proceed further, I'm seeking direction. We need, Mr. Speaker, that issue to be disposed of as a preliminary matter before we can proceed to approve the names as read on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rose on a point of order. I rose on a point of order. Yes, Senator for Kericho, Senator Cheriot. I rose on a point of order.
Senator Murkomen. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
I was ready to make my contribution on the main motion, but in response to the point of order raised by Senior Counsel Okongo Mogeni, Mr. Speaker, allow me again to reread Standing Order 190 for him to appreciate and to distinguish the argument he's making from what the Standing Order itself expects. Mr. Speaker, it says that in paragraph 1F, 7 other senators reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate, who shall be nominated by the parliamentary parties and approved by the Senate at the commencement of every session. Mr. Speaker, first, before even we discuss on the merits, if this issue, Mr. Speaker, will lead our colleague to oppose the name of Senator Ali Roba as a member of this committee, then you need to guide the House whether this argument should be subsumed to the arguments opposing his name, or should we separate this debate now, which I believe, if we were to go to that direction, it would be a major debate requiring contribution on both sides of the House. And the debate, if I frame it, Mr. Speaker, would be whether the United Democratic Movement Party is a member of the majority or the minority side, or whether the UDM in the first place is a parliamentary party, or, Mr. Speaker, whether even Azimio exists as a parliamentary party. So this debate, if we were to go to that direction, it would take us completely away from the conversation on the approval or disapproval of the names. One way, Mr. Speaker, just giving my contribution for the sake of your consideration, is to either continue with the debate on the point of order, which then each one of us will make contribution on the substance of that point of order, or, Mr. Speaker, subsume this debate on the approval of the names, and therefore applied by members in determining whether or not they want to support Senator Ali. Mr. Speaker, just give me a few, because I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am on a point of order.
Honorable Senators,
Yeah.
Senator Murkomen is actually on a point of order.
Yeah. So you cannot have a point of order on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, shortly I'll be willing to be informed by Senator after I've made my point. Mr. Speaker,
Murkomen, address the chair, not...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be willing to be informed, but not before I make this point. That, Mr. Speaker, we had this debate on this chamber in the presence of Senator Wambua, Senator Lekina. We had a very, very long and lengthy debate here that the minority side then did not even want to entertain, which was whether you can form something called a coalition political party. Mr. Speaker, the conversation we have now, and I want Mr. Omogeni, Senator Omogeni, to then go back, Mr. Speaker, if given a chance, to inform this House, to tell us on what basis is he objecting Senator Roba's membership on the, Mr. Speaker, on the majority side. Is it because Senator Roba belongs, Mr. Speaker, is it because Senator Roba belongs to a coalition with Senator Omogeni's party called ODM? And what coalition is that? Mr. Speaker, we all know, and I belabor this point here, and I said some people will come back here crying. Mr. Speaker, is it, the next question you ask yourself, there is no single member here elected on Azimio Coalition Party. There is no single, Mr. Speaker, member in this House. Mr. Speaker, when we passed this legislation, when we passed this law on this chamber, Mr. Speaker, we were told that we want to create a new entity which most of us opposed then, that is going to be called Azimio Coalition Party. Mr. Speaker, and that party would be a standalone party to compete with ODM, to compete with WIPA,
to compete with UDA, to compete with PAR, to compete with UDM. So when a member comes here to say, Mr. Speaker, when a member comes to this chamber to say that Senator Roba is a member of a parliamentary party, and I assume the argument is being made here that is a member of a parliamentary party that whose majority should be reflected according to Article 190F on the side he is going to sit. I argue, Mr. Speaker, that one, Senator Roba is not, for this purpose, does not belong to any other party except UDM. I also argue, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Roba and UDM does not belong to any coalition of parties at all to warrant even a debate as to which side it should. Mr. Speaker, it belongs rightfully, to the best of my knowledge, and Senator Majority Leader, Senator Cheriot will inform this House accordingly. To the best of my knowledge, there is a post-election coalition agreement signed by United Democratic Movement, Mr. Speaker, to be part and parcel of Kenya Kwanza coalition. Kenya Kwanza composes of Senate, this side of the coalition. Senator Roba does not belong to any other coalition, and by right, Mr. Speaker, sits on this side. So if you rule, Mr. Speaker, that this House should now debate on this point of order, I argue, Mr. Speaker, that you dismiss with the contempt that it deserves, because, Mr. Speaker, this argument is based on error of law, Mr. Speaker, on the presumption that there exists and any member in this House of a party called Azimio Coalition Political Party. There is none. In any case, Azimio Coalition Political Party exists in the Registrar of Political Party, but did not get any elected member to this chamber, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't have any elected member. I am willing to listen to arguments from ODM, from WIPA, from UDM, from, Mr. Speaker, UDA, and from other political parties, including, Mr. Speaker, Democratic Party represented in this House, but not about an entity that does not exist and is not represented in this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Senator Sifuna, what's your point of order?
My senior Murkomen likes to tell us that we are new people. We may be new in this Senate, but we are not new to reading. And it is very straightforward here, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps when you began with your communication on leadership, you started by telling us who wrote you what letter. All Senior Omogeni is saying, even in the communication of the membership of this committee, could you please, as the chair, tell us that a letter was received from X coalition listing the following members as its nominees in the language of Standing Order 190. That is all we're asking, Mr. Speaker. Number two, the custodian of all agreements. Honorable Murkomen cannot come here to tell the House who is in which coalition and who isn't. I happen to be not just the Senator of Nairobi, but the Secretary General of ODM. I know what we signed, Murkomen. We are the authority on the coalition documents that we signed. I can say without any fear of contradiction that I know all the Secretary Generals of all the political parties who signed onto the Azimio coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, in your own decision on the question of the leadership, you have recognized an entity called Azimio that wrote to you and set the leadership of the House. And you said that that is the minority coalition. You have already made that decision. So could we please be told by the chair, who is it that nominated Senator Roba? Is it the minority side, the same letter? Is it under the same hand that nominated my colleague sitting in the front row? Or did it come from some other political entity? Then lastly, Chair, if there is a question as to which political party belongs where, the authority is certainly not Murkomen, the authority is not you, it is the Registrar of Political Parties, who is the custodian of all the agreements, including the ones that Murkomen wants to purport have been signed between UDM and what is it called, UDA. Mr. Speaker, we are at the beginning of this House. At the beginning of this House, we must have some sanctity and respect for the marriages people enter into. If we continue like this, the next thing you will hear that people's wives are being taken here, left, right, and center if we don't respect institutions.
Senator Murango James. Senator Murango James. Senator Karungo Thagwa Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I raise on a point of order in regards to what honorable senators are discussing. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, before we started this motion, or the motion at hand, you had indicated that pursuant to Standing Order 199, that, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't at any time discuss any senator who has been nominated to be on that list. It's either, Mr. Speaker, we discuss the whole list in totality, but not a single senator. Mr. Speaker, if I want to take the honorable senator back now to Standing Order 190, F, it talks about 7 other senators reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, even if you remove Senator Roba, it remains half-half, Mr. Speaker. So I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, to disregard that point of order that has been raised against one Senator Roba, because, of course, it is touching on a motion that has been brought before us. And in that motion, we have been prohibited from discussing a single senator. I so land and I so give the standing order. Thank you very much.
Senator Lominen. Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the senator from Kiambu, his interpretation of Standing Order 199-2, that the conversation about Senator Roba as an individual should be declared out of order. However, Mr. Speaker, the conversation should be about the principle in Standing Order 190-1F, the principle, not the person. And I think that is what my colleagues on this side have been trying to canvass. The principle. Mr. Speaker, if I was to rise or to debate on this motion, I am going to strongly oppose it, not because of the members that have been listed there, but because of the principle. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen has been very articulate on the issue of parliamentary party, but he has forgotten to read Standing Order number 2, which is entitled Interpretation, and which defines what a parliamentary party is, and says a party or a coalition of parties consisting of not less than 10 senators. Now, even if you are going to be discussing a party, there are only 2 parties that qualify to be parliamentary parties in this House. Even if you are talking about coalitions, there are only 2 coalitions that qualify to be coalition, parliamentary parties in this House. Mr. Speaker, the principle is this. There is no way that a member of the Azimio coalition can be appointed by the other coalition. But even if that were the case, Mr. Speaker, then you will have contradicted your earlier ruling, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Kenya Kwanza side is a majority. Because the principle in 191F talks of 7 senators that reflect the strength of parties in the House. The minute you have 4 senators out of 7 coming from Azimio, Mr. Speaker, you are saying Azimio is a majority. What we need to do to cure this debate. And I want to encourage the majority leader, my good friend, Senator Cheriot. Either there is mischief or there's some laziness in crafting of this motion. Either mischief to rub it in our face that even though Senator Roba has filed for decree, he's been granted decree nisi, he has not been given decree absolute. He is still our wife, and they are working with him in parties, in weddings, in events, in functions. Mr. Speaker, that is bigamy. And bigamy is an offense under the law, punishable by 5 years in prison. Mr. Speaker, even if he has filed papers, perhaps he has decree nisi, wait for decree absolute. And that's why I'm saying it could be that mischief that Senator Cheriot wants to show us that our wife has left us. But our wife has not been discharged. Mr. Speaker, I really want to urge that we go back and redraft this motion. We go back and remove and put names that are uncontroversial. I have no personal problem with Senator Roba. He's a fine gentleman. I have no personal problem with him. But putting him on this list then means you are admitting that Azimio is the majority in this House. Mr. Speaker, the principle in 191F, if this motion goes the way it goes, then this side is a majority of the House.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, I would wish to state that we are now engaged into a debate of people who are not appreciating
Members.
People who are not appreciating the kind of society that we are living in. People who want to force a marriage that is already broken. People who want to. No, you have to be. You have to listen. You have to listen, my colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the senator that is in question, Senator Airoba, is in this House. The party that is in question, he is the party leader of the party that is in question. And the Constitution has given him the freedom of choice of where he wants to belong to. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we are also finding ourselves in a situation that a person stands here and tells us that he's the Secretary General of a party, and he signed whatever documents that he signed. But at the tail end of his speech, he wants you to tell you what their coalition has written, or what their coalition has brought as members of or whether Senator Roba has been brought by the ruling coalition or by the other coalition. Mr. Speaker, what I would want to submit, Senator Omogeni brought in a good point of order, which is straightforward. The majority party has brought in Senator Airoba, and he will be in that. And as my colleague has also mentioned, we are not discussing Senator Roba as a person, because as you said in 199(2), we cannot single him out of the list of 7. So we shall have him as, and when we shall be coming to contribute to the substantive motion, we shall be here to support, to support the motion. But on the face of it, I think our colleagues from the minority side are wrong on the, to insinuate by whatever, by whatever means that Senator Roba is from their coalition. I thank you.
Senator Roba. Honorable Senators, I might even give you 10 more chances.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Senators.
Let us not blow hot and cold at the same time. At one point, Senator Ali Roba is being claimed on this side. At another point, he's being pushed by the very same side on the other side. Let us be consistent. Let us not blow hot and cold at the same time. Senator Roba, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. First and foremost, I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the admiration shown by my colleagues from the other side. And I stand to clarify a few issues. A few of the senators, including Senator Kajwang, has made derogatory statement referring Senator Roba to a wife or something similar to that, which Mr. Speaker, sir, there are professional references that can be made in regards to agreements signed between an individual, and I would like honorable members to make such references even where they make arguments. Now, for purpose of clarity, and I stand in position of authority as the party leader of UDM, United Democratic Movement. We do not have anything on record in our files in United Democratic Movement as a party of purported agreement between ourselves and Azimio. But we have an agreement, post-election agreement between ourselves and Kenya Kwanza that has been publicly executed with every clause and every detail known that is with us and we've taken to the registrar. In as far as any purported agreement between UDM and Azimio is concerned, I want to put something on record in regards to that agreement, Mr. Speaker, sir. Constitutional petition number E041 of 2022 is in court for purpose of clarity, and a letter dated on the 9th of September, written to the Secretary General of Azimio, clearly states the Registrar of Political Parties has refused to make any commitment to that effect. And as far as I am concerned, using the principles of free association is about willing buyer, willing seller. You don't have to claim me or Senator Abbas or for that matter Senator Mariam as belonging to you. We have refused and moved on. Get used to it and we settle that matter. Thank you very much.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia swala katika hii hoja ya nidhamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika nchi yetu ya Kenya tumebahatika kwamba tuna sheria tofauti ambazo zinahusiana na ndoa. Masuala yanayomkumba Senator Roba na wenzake hivi sasa tunaweza kuyalinganisha na ndoa katika jamii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndoa ya Kiislamu inampa fursa bwana kuoa wake zaidi ya wawili, zaidi ya mmoja, mpaka wanne unaweza kuoa. Lakini ndoa ambayo inafungwa kwa registrar huwa ni mke mmoja, bwana mmoja. Na Mheshimiwa, mkataba uliofanyika chini ya sheria ya political parties ambao tulifanyia marekebisho Januari mwaka huu hapa katika hili bunge la Senate, hairuhusu chama kuwa katika coalition mbili kwa wakati mmoja. Na Mheshimiwa Roba amesema hapa kwamba tayari wamepeleka kesi mahakamani kuomba mkataba uvunjwe. Utasikia kama umesema kuomba haikuomba, lakini umesema uko mahakamani kutaka mkataba wako na Azimio umalizike, ubatilishwe. Kabla ya kuamuliwa bado wewe uko katika Azimio, na sisi tutakuhesabu kama mwana Azimio. Utasikia. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, swala ambalo liko hapa ni kwamba hata rais wa Hasla amesema kwamba ataendesha nchi kwa sheria na katiba. Tayari wameanza kuikiuka katiba. Hapa katika bunge hili tutaruhusu watu wanajisi katiba sisi wenyewe tukiwa tuko hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo sio sawa. Usawa ni kwamba kama Mheshimiwa Roba na chama chake wamekosana na ODM, wakae pale walipo mpaka mahakama iseme kwamba, ama registrar aseme kwamba sisi hatuko tena pamoja. Talaka ikishapita kutakuwa hakuna mazungumzo. Hata sisi pia katika ODM tunaona hatuna haja ya kuwa na bibi ambaye hana haja nini, sio? Shaona. Sisi pia kama coalition ya Azimio hatuna haja ya kuwa na mtu ambaye hatuna haja na sisi. Lakini kwa sasa kwamba bado ni mwanachama wa Azimio, ni lazima abaki katika Azimio mpaka pale ambapo tutaweza kubatilisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili lilielezwa mapema na Profesa Ojienda, Mheshimiwa Seneta wa Kisumu, Seneta wa jiji la Kisumu. Kama mimi natoka jiji la Mombasa, yeye anatoka jiji la Kisumu. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili lilipozungumziwa tulilichukulia na huyu bwana Minong'ono ama bwana Ruma alisema kwamba ni minong'ono. Tunasikia Seneta Cherioti ndio seneta mnong'ono hapa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika alizungumza masuala ya Ruma Mongering, lakini swala lililokuwa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika ni swala la kikatiba ambalo lazima litatuliwe kabla sisi kusonga mbele, kwa sababu swala hili litarejea pale pale, tutarejea pale pale, tutazunguka mzunguko, hatutoki. Labuda kama alivyopendekeza Seneta Kajwang' ni kuwa jina la Mheshimiwa Roba kwa sasa liondolewe katika kamati hiyo mpaka wakati atakaposahihisha mambo yake, atarejea kuwa mwanachama wa kamati hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, there is nothing new that is being brought up. From the first 4 senators who have tried to canvass this particular point of order, I think we are repeating the same thing. And therefore, I want to say this, Honorable Senators. The Speaker does not and cannot manage political parties. Any senator can be nominated and serve in any committee. It is up to the Senate to either reject or approve. The consequences, if any, to a senator nominated by a party or by another party is a matter of internal politics of that political party. Don't invite me to that arena. It is an arena that is preserved for the political parties, and this chair does not dance in that arena. Let's move to the substantive motion. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to thank you first for the opportunity. And one other thing I want to confirm and affirm to this House, UDM is officially in Kenya Kwanza. I'm a member of that coalition, and we have no fear or favor to anybody, I'm asking for any favors. Azimio has failed to retain its own members, and therefore, Kenya Kwanza has moved. Mr. Speaker, sir, defend me. Mr. Speaker, if I come back to the motion, I wish to come back to the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I support the motion. The House Business Committee is a very important and crucial committee, and it does not serve any party interest. It serves the interest of the Senate. And therefore, I request our colleagues on the opposite side that let's not be partisan to any decisions, and let's serve the interest of this House. From the time we were in Nevada, I've been hearing that this House has a lot of pending issues. Many motions that have been passed have not gone through anywhere. I think this time we need to make a difference. And therefore, we must all of us work as a team, despite your evaluations. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Senator Nyamu Karen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to underscore.
Senator Ledama, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my dear sister Karonyamu, you'll have to forgive me for this. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Ledama.
You've asked me for my point of order.
Absolutely, and I reserve the right to recall. Senator Ledama, a very senior, seasoned senator. The Honorable Senator Karen Nyamu is making her maiden speech, and I'm recalling it. Senator Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your intervention on that. I want to underscore the importance of this committee and reiterate what other members have said there before me, and make an observation that all the ladies in this committee happen to be nominated members, and that's just an observation, and with that, I support the motion. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna Edward.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to rise to oppose. Mr. Speaker, we are a house of rules, a house guided by the law, and most importantly, precedent. The practice that you set today with the first committee that we are going to constitute is going to set the tone for everything. Mr. Speaker, we had requested, because I have it on good authority, Bwana Majority Leader. I have it on good authority, Bwana Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, from the leadership of the minority side, that in fact, the name of Ali Roba did not originate from the minority side. We therefore would not want to begin on this particular note, where even the constitution of a basic committee, such as a business committee, does not follow our own standing orders. What will we ever be told as the new members of this Senate about your standing orders if we disregard them in the manner that we are doing? It is a very simple exercise, Mr. Speaker, that we send this exercise back to the originators. Let the members and the names be communicated in the same manner as the leadership of the House was communicated. And I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why you were shy to disclose who wrote which name, just the way that you did with the names of the leadership of the House. It would have helped us as a House to determine whether we are proceeding in accordance with our own rules or against our own standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are in a rush. It is better for us to take time to do the right thing than to appear to be in a rush. And I can see my brother, Senator Roba, smiling there because he's very happy with the fruits of infidelity. He's enjoying the fruits of infidelity, which, Mr. Speaker, we should not allow to happen. Let us respect our own rules. Let us proceed on the basis of our own rules so that we set a precedent going forward for this Parliament or for this Senate, that we are a house that will respect our own rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Senator Julius Murgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to
support the motion because this is a very important motion to pass because it is about the business of this House. And therefore, because we are anxious to move on, we just can't go beating around the bush like our brothers want, the minority side want to take us in circles over water that has already gone under the bridge. So I think we should move on, and therefore I support the motion.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution to this motion, Mr. Speaker, we started off very well. We constituted the leadership of the House very, very well, with clarity and reading letters that were written to you. Mr. Speaker, the information that I want to give, and I beg that I should be heard in silence, the information that I wanted to give is that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senator Governor Ali Roba, and for full disclosure, is a very good friend of mine, very close friend of mine. But, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Roba was elected on a UDM ticket under the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. And Mr. Speaker, the question that was asked by Senator Omogeni was a matter of who exactly nominated
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Order, senators.
These senators clouded this motion.
Senator Wambua,
we should be allowed
you will address the chair.
Yes, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. And I'm telling you that the senators on the majority side clouded this motion.
Senator Wambua, we have given room for ventilation on that particular issue, and a ruling was made by the chair. We are now contributing to the main motion. It's either you're opposing or supporting. Can you proceed, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I will proceed this way. I will proceed with seeking clarity and guidance from the Speaker on what we should do in this House when the Speaker makes a ruling that is considered unfair by a section of the House. What is supposed to do, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Wambua, the ruling stands.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Senator Gataya, Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the composition of the entire membership of the Business Committee, and I'm happy this is a very strong committee for this House, including the disputed member, Honorable Roba. I support the entire leadership. I'm sure this Business Committee is going to be the engine of the business of the House. So as I said it from the Rakanidi, I strongly support the team so that we can move with speed. They develop calendars for the business of the House. I support.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say that you have already given a ruling on this matter. But for me, and I don't want to go against your ruling, but this is something that is very serious, and it will set a precedent if we gloss over it. And it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the senator from Mandera stood and said he has already gone to court to petition the removal of his agreement from Azimio. Number two, there are institutions that are actually mandated to clarify this matter. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with your ruling, but this is a house of rules. This is a house of procedure, guided by standing order, guided by the law. We must actually look into this, and we should not gloss over it. I thank you.
Senator Murkomen.
Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Finally, I get a chance to contribute to the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I have served as a member of Senate Business Committee. I know, Mr. Speaker, the committee members who have been chosen, except the ones identified by the standing orders, will be serving for only maybe 2-3 months before again in January this committee is reconstituted, Mr. Speaker, because the session will end, I think, end of January or February. So those who have been chosen by this House to serve in Senate Business Committee must demonstrate the requisite leadership skills that, Mr. Speaker, can give them another chance, perhaps to be considered again by the leadership after February to continue serving in this committee. This committee is extremely important in scheduling the business of this Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues who have had the privilege to go and serve in this committee to take seriously the business that comes from the members, particularly private bills. Mr. Speaker, I also hope the Senate Business Committee, working with the Secretariat, the clerk is here, and the team, should assist many members, especially on this majority side, whom I've interacted with, who are new, especially nominated ones, Mr. Speaker, have come with new energy, with new vigor. They really want to establish and draft bills on issues that they promised their constituents, Mr. Speaker. I think the necessary support should be given to them and their bills be prioritized and passed in this House like we've done before, so that we can make sure that in this year, Mr. Speaker, we give an account. In the perhaps the first quarter of next year, members can give an account of the number of bills that they have been able to pass. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Senate Business Committee provides the leadership on the relationship between the Senate and the National Assembly. I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, earlier in our sitting here, Mr. Speaker, when we were sworn in, that there is, Mr. Speaker, the goodwill of the executive insofar as strengthening this House, and not just strengthening by virtue of helping the House, but allowing this House to function as it should. The Senate Business Committee should quickly move, Mr. Speaker, together with the National Assembly Business Committee, to harness this potential, Mr. Speaker, for closing ranks, especially on the functioning of Article 110 of the Constitution. And the Senate Business Committee should prioritize the case that is before the Supreme Court. That, Mr. Speaker, instead of going through the long hog, we should be able to sign, Mr. Speaker, a consent between us and the National Assembly. Senator Mogeni is our lead counsel now that Senator Orengo is no longer here. And, Mr. Speaker, we must quickly move as a team to sign a consent, Mr. Speaker, on this matter and allow the National Assembly and the Senate to function. And that consent should be followed, Mr. Speaker, with a bill that will make sure that legislation that was being sponsored by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Sakaja, as they then were, Mr. Speaker, is now made to function. We pass between both houses to ensure that the two houses can work together. I look forward to, Mr. Speaker, having this Senate achieve far much more than the first and the second achieved. When I came here, Mr. Speaker, Senator Gigi Kariuki used to tell us, the younger senators, that, oh, you know, we've been there before, stop rushing, stop running, stop doing this. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the case. This House will benefit, and this Senate will benefit most by having its new senators. In fact, the new senators are going to make this Senate shine further, and we must allow them to think and imagine anything and everything they want to do, because that's how you can be able to grow through tradition, practice the jurisdiction of this House, and make this House, Mr. Speaker, attractive to the people of Kenya and useful to hustlers of this republic. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and I wish the colleagues who are in this committee the very best as they serve.
Senator Professor agenda.
Speaker, I don't know if I can be heard from here. I prefer to address the House from here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two issues are important here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, of course, against noting that we are very wonderful people in the House Business Committee, like my good friend Senator Wandeti here. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, on a point of order, and Senator Dulu has pointed to the need to ensure that we sanitize every process in this House and ensure that it is compliant. There is communication that has been shared from the Register of Political Parties, and that has been shared to us, all of us, that Senator Roba, my former client, is indeed and is still a member of Azimio Party. Mr. Speaker, the problematic that will arise if the House rules or approves the House Business Committee as proposed is that you would have, by that decision, stamped the authority, your authority, and declared Azimio as the minority party, as the majority party. Majority party. And I say this because, majority leader, just listen to me. I say this because, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have looked at Section 2 of the Political Parties Act. I've looked at Section 7, 6. I've looked at 11 as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. And those sections are to the effect that a coalition party or a coalition of parties, however designated, can find place in the House in the manner existing prior to the election. The Azimio coalition was a coalition that presented candidates to the election through various parties that were voted in, and that is why the number 32, 34 is instructed. I know why my learned friend, Senator Murkomen, my former colleague, I got him his first job, is making his point. At Moi University, I got him his first job. You know it. Mr. Speaker, sir, why my learned friend is saying we decide on this matter today is because he knows he's going to be sworn in next week with Senator Soipan, and we will be the majority by next week. Mr. Speaker, I would urge this court to adjourn this debate or call for a vote. If you call for a vote, Mr. Speaker, sir, and an adjournment emerges or ensues out of the vote, next week we will be the majority. We will be the majority. I confirm that.
Senator Osoltsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the House Business Committee is a very, very crucial committee in any house. I served in the House Business Committee of the National Assembly for 4 sessions. And I know nothing happens in the House until the House Business Committee is constituted and approved by the House. And I remember on many occasions in the National Assembly, sometimes we had to defeat the motion on the House Business Committee because of one issues or 2 issues here and there. I also want to say that the membership of the House Business Committee, from my experience in the National Assembly, which I think works the same with the Senate, was that the people who were chosen to represent the interests of the parties in the House Business Committee were expected to be people of high integrity, people who would keep secret, people who would keep their words. So, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of integrity, this is a house of record, and this is a house of rules. And we are starting our first session today. I will beseech you, Mr. Speaker, that we give a chance to reason on this matter. because the issues that has been raised by a number of members are very weighty, very weighty. And we don't want a situation where we make a decision and people seek redress elsewhere, because we want to operate as a house of respect and a house of integrity. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to various contributions, especially from the majority side, coming from colleagues who I have a lot of respect with, Honorable Cheruyot, Honorable Cheregei, on the issue of Azimio not being a party. Mr. Speaker, I remember last Parliament, the 12th Parliament, before we went for recess, we passed a law, which was an amendment to the Political Parties Act. And if you go to the Political Parties Act, it is very clearly stated that a coalition political party is a coalition registered by the registrar of political parties as a political party. So there is no dispute about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to call to order Honorable Waziri Murkomen, Cheregei, and Cheruyot, and my neighbor, Honorable Khalware, for misleading this house, because it's against Standing Order number 122, gross misorder in the house by giving false information to the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because of all these issues that have been raised, I oppose this motion.
Senator Veronica Nduati.
Yeah, let me go. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I have been seated very patiently listening through the debate and the standing orders that are being, cited, and all the debates that have been brought to the floor of this House, especially by the minority side. I have struggled to get the legal basis of the objection that have been given to the motion that is before this House. For two reasons, Mr. Speaker. It is not possible legally in Kenya under the Political Parties Amendment Act to register a coalition political party and at the same time name that coalition political party as a political party. Those are two different tracks of registration. So, as a Secretary General of UDA, I was involved in the last general election. I am aware Azimio is a coalition political party. They had a presidential candidate who vied together with his running mate. They only had that candidature. They did not have any other candidature at any other level, from the gubernatorial up to the MCA level. So the debate that you have waded into today is, first of all, not based on legal facts. What they have proposed or brought to the floor of this House does not legally exist. So I want to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, as I was listening and looking for the legal basis on which we could respond, I did not find any. I want to persuade you that Kenyans are watching today the track that Senate will take. We are interested in conducting the business of the Senate and affirming the position and the need of Senate to continue overseeing the devolution in this nation. Mr. Speaker, if the motion that is before this House is rejected today, it may as well be interpreted by Kenyans that Senate has started on a wrong footing by refusing the business committee. Yes. Mr. Speaker, allow me to finish.
Order, members.
It is my view.
Order.
It is my view. It may as well, yes, because do not have the narrow conscripted view of when you are seated in Senate. There is a wider perspective. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have stood here to persuade both sides of the divide to allow the business committee take its position, map out the business of the House from today henceforth. If there are any issues relating to coalitions, they are beyond you today. They are not before this House today. And there is no determination, there is no court order that has taken UDM, that has ordered UDM to be in the Azimio coalition, and that has ordered UDM not to be in Kenya Kwanza coalition. UDM today, and the party leader is seated in the floor of the House today. UDM today is a coalition partner of the Kenya Kwanza.
Senator Mohamed Abdallah Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against my brother Roba, and I know you're not here to decide on the issues of parties, but I want to suggest that this issue of party can only be clarified by ORPP, and I think it is only fair for ORPP to give us the clarification, or you as a speaker, to seek clarification on this issue from ORPP so that we can put this issue to rest. But otherwise, we will be arguing here until the cattle come from the grazing. So please, Mr. Speaker, it is important we seek clarification from ORPP, who are the people mandated to tell us which party belongs where, constitutionally and as per the Political Parties Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable senators, we cannot continue prosecuting a matter that I've already ruled on. I have allowed these points of order. I have given time for members to ventilate, and I proceeded to rule. And the rule stands. Senator Cheptumo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order arises from the fact that members of this House, you having made a ruling, and you've brought us back to the substantive motion before the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members continued again to debate an issue that has been ruled on. Mr. Speaker, guide this House, Mr. Speaker. Any member who will rise on from his or her place should be able to discuss the motion before you, either support or not support. Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of procedure. We cannot purport to undermine the ruling of the House, Mr. Speaker. That is the direction, Mr. I think we need to move.
Honorable senators, let me say this. Raising on a point of order is within your right as a senator. But you cannot be on your feet on a point of order on a matter that I've ruled. So, opportunities will be given for points of order, but they should not be the same point of order that I've ruled. So, as we move, if I'm to give you an opportunity, you're either opposing the motion or supporting the motion. And if you are to rise on a point of order, that point of order should not be related to a matter that I've already ruled on. Yes, Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order? And I hope that point of order.
We are guided by standing orders.
Senator Ledama. Senator Ledama, we know that this Senate is guided by standing orders. You need not scream about it. Kindly, Senator Fokilifi.
Bwana Spika, hili bunge la Senate ni bunge la hali ya juu sana kulinganishana na taratibu zake za debate. Bwana Spika, nakusihi uangalie katika hii barua iliyoandikwa na Nderetu ambaye yeye ni Registrar of Political Parties. Na hii barua iliandikwa tarehe 7 Septemba mwaka huu. Barua hii iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate. Hii barua iliandikiwa clerk wa Senate, na barua hii inahusikana na ile barua ambayo yeye alikuwa ameipeleka ikisema ya kwamba tarehe 6 mwezi wa Septemba ilikuwa wanataka kujua hii party iko mahali gani, iko upande huu ama iko upande huu. Na hii barua inasema ya kwamba hii UDM, Bwana Spika, nafikiri unanisikiliza, hii barua hii ambayo iko na clerk wetu ndani ya bunge hili la Senate, nataka kumuuliza Bwana clerk ikiwa itawezekana.
Order.
Ikiwa itawezekana Bwana Spika.
Order members.
Mtetee Bwana Spika. Manake mimi ndio ambaye niko hapa.
Order.
Bwana Spika, barua hii imeandikwa na Registrar wa Political Parties. Na barua iko wazi tarehe 7. Hii imeandikwa. Iko hapa ndani na yule ambaye anaelewa Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, uko na uwezo wa kumwambia Bwana clerk akalete hii barua aiweke hapa mbele ya hili bunge la Senate ili kila mtu aone yule Ali Roba yuko mahali gani. Hatutakubali Ali Roba awe anazunguka kila pande hii na pande hii. Barua hii inakamilisha tarehe 7 mwezi huu. Ilisema ya kwamba yule Ali Roba yeye ni member wa upande huu, hawezi kwenda upande ule na wewe ukatia tiki. Huyu Ali Roba mwenyewe amesimama hapa amekumislead Bwana Spika, na hii ni kosa kubwa sana ndani ya hili bunge. Asante Bwana Spika, na tuko tayari umuode huyu, umuode clerk wetu aweze kuleta hii barua hapa sasa hivi.
Order members. Order members. The senator.
Hii barua Bwana Spika nishai forward kwa clerk. Ako na hapa.
Order members. Order. The senator. Order. Senator Fokilifi, can you have your seat, please? The Senator Fokilifi, can you have your seat, please? Honorable members, and more particularly the Senator for Kilifi, after the mover moved the motion, you seconded this motion. Honorable members, I have been very clear that it's within your right to stand on a point of order. But do not raise a point of order that I've already ruled on. The issues that have been raised by the Senator for Kilifi, it's a matter that I've already ruled on. So kindly, as you stand, you either support the motion or oppose the motion. Any other point of order related to that issue, there's already a ruling. And the ruling is binding and it stands. Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to thank Senator Madzayo for supporting the motion. And I don't know if there is a coup on the other side. If there is a coup, please negotiate and solve your issues. Because Senator Madzayo has supported...
The member is making his maiden speech. Acquaint yourself with the standing orders, Senator Ledama.
Senator Madzayo supported the motion fully. And if you want to make any changes on the other side, or if you don't have somebody who can help, we can provide one for you. And I would like to thank the Speaker for ruling on this issue. And I think these people are trying to see my fellow senators are trying.
Order, members, honorable senators.
My fellow senators.
Senator Ledama and Senator Stewart Madzayo, you are stretching the chair's patience. Kindly allow the member to conclude his contribution.
Fellow senators, let me, I'm a new senator here. Excuse me, I'm a new senator here, you can excuse me. Mr. Speaker, my fellow senators on the other side are trying to twist things around so that you can change your mind. Please, don't accept that. And on supporting the motion, I would like to say this. We've had, in Naivasha, we were told there are some pending issues from the last Senate. And I would like to urge my fellow senators, let us support this motion, as I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Ledama, what is your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that I think synergy is very important. And this is a House of Presidents. And I think it would be important that the chair recognizes and act impartial. Because my good colleague, Senator Wambua, asked a very good question. And he asked a question and said, Mr. Speaker, hypothetically, suppose the decision that you are making is not one which will be taken kindly by the other side. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we refer back to these standing orders. Because standing order number 98, on the point of order, clearly states that the Speaker shall either give a decision on the point of order forthwith, or announce that the decision is deferred for consideration, after which the senator who was speaking at the time the point of order was raised may continue to speak. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem, no beef at all with your decision. But I think it is proper for us, when we are proceeding in this House, we can be guided properly by the chair. Because if we stand here with the point of order, it's because we know that we must prosecute the matter, and we know the consequences. My colleagues on the other side raised a very pertinent issue. And here now, I may not want to go back to challenge your decision, but I think it's proper for you to guide this House on what next. Because tomorrow, because I've listened to my sister making her submissions here, talking about the agreements between pre- and post-election agreements. And I think it's important because we have institutions and we have authorities on matters that we try to rely on them rather than putting or the chair going into a defensive mode and saying, I am not party to the political matters. Anything we do here, Mr. Speaker, sir, today moving forward will be able to have serious consequences. Earlier on, I rose on a point of order. The chair allowed me to speak on that point of order. I respected the point of order. When the Speaker relied on standing order number 1 and asked me to sit and allow my colleagues to make her maiden speech. So I have no problem with my brother, Robert, being in the House Business Committee. It is someone I respect. He's a senator. But I think our good friend and my colleague, Senator Kajuang, raised a very, very important matter that relates on our standing orders. Standing order number 190, in terms of the principle, should we continue debating the matter when we have issues, or should we be guided on that matter? So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to beseech you, to plead with you, that one, you try to develop synergy among all the senators, so that when it comes to a matter that will be affecting all the 47 legislation, or rather 47, what are they called? Delegations, it can be something that can be able to build synergy, because we are another arm of government. And any decision that we make here will affect 47 to 50 million people. So, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, I think the preliminary objection which was raised by, or rather matters that were raised by my colleague, are some things that you should have given us time to deliberate on, or even seek. It's all right. I'm addressing the chair, and I'm Mr. Speaker, it's something that should have sought some consultation. I think supporting this matter or not, when we are here to debate on a matter, we are guided by precedents. We're also guided by the knowledge that we have on the matter, traditions. So, Mr. Speaker, if my majority leader has indicated to the House that there is a letter which was addressed to the clerk, it should not be difficult for the clerk to be able to table that letter. Or if we proceed with our standing orders, and on the point of order, if a member raises an issue that requires to be substantiated, that member can be given 48 hours or he can table. So, Mr. Speaker, as we proceed, anything that we do today should be something that creates synergy but not try to create division or leads others to conclude that there is impartiality in the chair. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, indeed, this is a house of procedure, guided by the standing orders. And as a house of procedure, it will be improper for a member, however polite, to challenge the ruling of the chair. We have given opportunity to members to canvass and to contribute on that particular point of order. And indeed, if we're a house of procedure, then procedurally, this matter ought to rest because a ruling has been made. So members, again, I'm going to say this. It is within your right to raise on points of order, on a point of order. However, let that point of order be a different point of order and related to a matter that has already been ruled upon. So, members, we will proceed to prosecute the motion that is before us. Newton, Senator Newton.
I can use. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I had requested to speak to exactly say what you have said, that the side of minority, they seem to be taking us on circles, a game of musical chairs. And I think that keeps us busy, takes us nowhere. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you have already made a ruling, as you have said, on this particular matter. And I think they should be rising to say, just like the head of Azimio said after the ruling of the Supreme Court, that they accept your ruling, though they may not agree with it. And then maybe you give us a direction on how to proceed. Otherwise, we cannot keep debating something on something that you have already made a ruling on. They accept, I think that is what they are trying to say, they accept your ruling, but they do not agree with it. So can we proceed? Thank you very much.
Senator Chirage, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, of course I'll cite Senator Kajwang, hold your horses. Mr. Speaker, looking at the importance of this motion and looking at the business that needs to start rolling and having tremendous respect to members that have been nominated to Senate Business Committee, and in line with Standing Order 109, I therefore, Mr. Speaker, request that the mover of the motion be called to reply and the question be put so that we can now move and see who has the numbers. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at Standing Order 109.3, a motion for closure of debate under paragraph 1 or 2 may not be moved by a senator who has spoken to the motion under consideration. Mr. Speaker, since I have not spoken to this motion, I'm within the right to call that the mover be called to reply. We put this motion in question. I think it boils down to numbers. The majority, we have numbers. Let us dispense of this matter and have it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is my consideration, which you can rule now or you can rule before the end of debate.
Honorable Senators, I will allow debate to proceed under 101. And I still believe there are quite a number of issues that members would wish to ventilate, so I will allow the debate to continue. Omar Sheikh Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kenya Kwanza by choice. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the side of the motion, I support the motion, and I congratulate my party leader and my party leader, Roba, for this position. Senator Roba. So I support the motion.
Senator Cheriot, what is your point of?
It's just a simple point of procedure, Mr. Speaker. You do recognize that there are colleagues of ours who are making their maiden speech, and I wish to request you to please protect them from our colleagues who are over-enthusiastic about nothing, especially Senator Ledama and Senator Wambua, who should know better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please especially protect the women senators. When they rise to speak, I have seen the kind of intimidation that is being carried out on them. Just like on this side, we are allowing our colleagues, some of them to say things that we not necessarily agree with, but given the traditions of the House, allow them. You have seen when Senator Mariam Sheikh rose to speak, you should have seen the kind of faces that Senator Ledama, and you know, he, I don't want to say that he's not extremely handsome, but he changed the look on his face. Senator Wambua was fiddling in his pocket, and you know the part of the country that he comes from, Mr. Speaker. It can be scary. You never know what he can bring out of his pocket. So, Mr. Speaker, my pleading, please protect the honorable senators who are making their maiden speech. It's a very simple request, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo. Honorable senators, the senator is up on. Honorable senators, let's have some order. The Senator for Nandi, you will address the chair. Kindly allow the senator for Isiolo his reason on a point of order. And that's why we want to hear what is her point of order.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for protecting me, is a rider on what Senator Cheriot has said. We agree the new members to make their maiden speech. But if they make controversial statements, we have a right to intervene, Mr. Speaker, and you should allow us to do that. No. Tradition of the House is very clear. That is my opinion. You cannot intimidate me, Senator Cheriot. I have a
Order,
right.
members.
Thank you. I'm speaking to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've ruled on this matter, and as a new member, my observation, which surprises me very much, Mr. Speaker, is that in our first sitting, our colleagues from the minority side, on the first day, walked out from this house. On this sitting, on the discussion of a very key, important committee that is supposed to set the business of this house, the same colleagues, the same senior colleagues for that matter, most of them that is, already are prepared to sabotage the House business.
Order, members.
This House,
Order,
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
Order, members. We will be there one day. We'll be there. Order, members.
Thank you. This House, Mr. Speaker, is the upper house. And as the lower house is also sitting, I ask the question, what precedents are we setting as an upper house? 67 members of Senate, serving over 14 million Kenyans, are hereby today, I said over, English word over, are on this day discussing a one honorable Mr. Roba. And so I ask, Mr. Speaker, if this is the beginning how will the end be? So I request my colleagues to look at it from this perspective, that one, Mr. Roba, being a member of this committee, you can also, as much as you're on the minority side, be members and leaders of other committees, because this house is going to be fair through this leadership. It is good to be optimistic, my brother Ledama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not finished, I just said thank you. And so, as I conclude, I, Honorable Tabitha Mutinda, do hereby strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. I'd really wish to give our new members an opportunity, especially from this side, but I don't see them indicating their intention. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, what is your point of order?
Na baadhi ya maseneta wakiinua mikono kama ambao tuko kwenye darasa. Nafikiri mwongozo umetolewa mapema na spika kwamba kama unataka kuongea ama unataka kuchangia hoja iliyoko kwenye meza, ni lazima ubonyeze kidude kinachoandikwa microphone. Nimeona Seneta Keroche akipata shida inua mkono akiregesha, mwisho wa spika. Na juzi tulipokuwa Nakuru alituangalia vizuri sana mheshimiwa spika. Kwa hivyo nasikitika kwamba hajaweza kupata utaalamu, na nafikiri pale hasaidiki, kwa sababu mimi nimekaa na Senator Beatrice hapa Montet na Senator Professor hapa kuwaongoza ni vipi wanaweza changia. Lakini mimi nashangaa kwamba Senator Keroche deputy minority leader ameshindwa kujieleza. Asante mheshimiwa spika.
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Niseme kabisa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you for giving me that opportunity. Na mimi nataka kuchukua nafasi hii. I say I support
Senator Tabitha Karanja.
Oh, sorry.
You need to choose a language. If you choose English, you go English all the way.
It's English, okay.
If you choose Kiswahili, you do Kiswahili all the way. And that is not an issue we need to shout at her.
I apologize. I support the motion, and I'm surprised, because for me, when I was looking at those names, I even didn't look the tribe or the party or anything. I just looked at their qualifications, and I believe they are they have what it takes to schedule the business of the house. So let us not waste a lot of time. Let's support this motion, and then we move, because I believe we have a lot of bills that we need to bring into this house, and we need to really take care of the time that we'll be using in this house. As Malcolm said, he said we make a difference of what was there before, and comparing the previous house and this house. Being a mono allow us to make the mistakes we'll be making, but we'll catch up. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Muma Muyeka, Catherine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my colleagues for all the contributions. And as a new member, I have listened to the descriptions that have been given to this house. It's a house of order, a house of rules, the upper house, and other flattering descriptions of this house. I would like to add, in support of Tabitha, that what the 47 million people out there would like us to model is to model the rule of law. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you should lead us in helping to bring back this country to the rule of law. And we must begin on the right note by respecting the rules in the standing orders, the legislation that have been passed by these honorable houses, the Constitution, and even as you have ruled, I would like to request that you candidly look at what you have done and satisfy yourself that we are respecting the rule of law in this country. I therefore wish to oppose. Thank you.
Senator Siango Kalunda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Allow me to start on a note which was a point that was raised by the minority leader, that he indicated that women should be protected. I want to believe this is a house of honorable members. Whether we are new or old, we are serving the nation. And for real, we don't need any protection. We can speak for ourselves, and we can pass our points across. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very important to make sure that we set the right presidency in this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, don't appear to take sides. Let us be very clear on what should be done on this first sitting. And for that reason, I oppose the motion.
Senator for Embu.
Bwana Speaker, sir. Bwana Speaker, sir. Katika Biblia inasema tuko na macho na tuoni. Tuko na masikio na tusikii. Kwa sababu pia kuna usiku na mchana.
Can we give an opportunity
na leo tuko mchana.
The senator for Embu?
Na ule haoni kuna mwangaza. Senator ambaye tunampeleka mahakamani amejitetea na akasema anataka kuwa kwa wengi. Hiyo ni kama kusema mko na macho walio wachache na muoni. Pali ingine ni kama kumaanisha katika Biblia, Mr. Speaker, katika Biblia kuna mama wawili walikuwa wanapigania mtoto mmoja. Na wakati walipigana, ule alikuwa nakata kauli akawakuta akaanza kuwauliza mnaendeleaje. Mmoja akasema huyu mtoto tunataka akatwe mara mbili. Lakini yule mwingine akanyamaza. Bwana Speaker, tunakuomba ukate kauli na njia ile inafaa. Kwa sababu mtoto amesema wako upande gani na sisi tunanyamaza tulio wengi, kwa hiyo mtoto ni wetu. Kwa hiyo tumekaa masaa yote tuangalie. Asante, mimi naunga hiyo mambo mkono.
Senator Mandago.
Honorable Speaker,
this motion is a very important motion, and for me, as a senator for Singishu, having been served as a governor, the importance of this House Business Committee cannot be understated, and we need to get the Senate to its feet to be able to discharge its mandate. And, Bwana Speaker, should not be lost on us as Senate that the county governments are waiting for this Honorable House to make some important decisions that will enable them unlock some funds that are already being held because of the laws that we need to make amendments. Mr. Speaker, we need to have this House Business Committee as soon as possible, and I would want to persuade my colleagues on the other side of the House to accept that the Honorable Senator for Mandera, Senator Roba, in his conscious decision and as a party, made a decision to join Kenya Kwanza coalition, and that decision should be respected, Mr. Speaker, and they be allowed to serve. Mr. Speaker, I therefore stand to say I support the motion that Senator Roba sits in the House Business Committee.
Senator Ekomwa James.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this golden opportunity that you have given me. As my colleagues have spoken, Mr. Speaker, it is very important to understand the issue at hand. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, and you have made it very clear. And I want to also tell my colleagues, senators, honorable senators, that we want to put this House in order. We want to give this House direction, or Kenyans, they want direction. They want to hear what we say as senators, to qualify that whatever they chose was the right choice. Mr. Speaker, before I support this motion, the reason I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, let it be very clear, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not just supporting for the sake of saying, oh, I want to propose, to oppose. It's because I want Kenyans to listen, and I want my colleagues to listen. Where I come from, the people who elected me, people from Turkana County, now they are bleeding needs. You have heard what has been, people have been killed. People have lost their property. People are thirsty. People are dying. The reason why I support this motion, Speaker, so that this committee will be in order to make sure the business of this House is on. So that people who are bleeding will stop bleeding. People who are hungry will stop being hungry. People who are insecure will be secure. This is the reason why I say I support this motion, so that this House will continue doing its business. I will send here, I will send in this House, not to oppose, not to say hey, not to say hi. Mr. Speaker, I was sent here by the people of Turkana County to represent them, not to do any business, to make sure whatever I do here, I do it in the benefit of their issues. I am here, Mr. Speaker. I am here, Mr. Speaker, not to laugh at anybody. I am not here, Speaker, to just to see to say, oh, okay, it's not an English class, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter that, as you put it, Mr. Speaker, whether you put it in Kiswahili, whether you put it in English, it must be a premise, it must be a fact. And I want to thank the leader of my majority, because he was my classmate in philosophy. And in philosophy we say, right is right, even if everybody is against it. And wrong is wrong, even if everybody is for it. Wrong is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, for that respect, I stand to support this motion. And those, Mr. Speaker, those committee members who are here, I hope you will do the business of the citizen of Kenya, not your own business. Yes. Secondly, I also request too that the people, I've heard people saying, young people, old people. I want to make a point of information. There is no county who is what? There is no county that is small, and there is no county that is whole. We are all representing specific counties, very important counties, very important fundamental counties. So when you say young, are you referring a county or an individual? Yeah. So we have to respect the counties we represent. These are people of different cadres. And you are the best from all the people of that county. That's why you are here. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, I support this motion.
Senator Murango Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join Majority Leader Cheriot, Minority Leader Stuart Mazayo, and my friend Senator Umburu Ondinga in supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I come from Kirinyaga County, and I was a former MC and a Majority Leader, and used to sit in the House Business Committee of Kirinyaga County Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, when I got the list of the people who have been nominated to serve in this important business committee, I didn't see individuals, but I saw the kind of people and what they'll be bringing this House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Romba Ali Ibrahim is #1 on the members listed, and he is the only governor listed in that in the membership of that House Business Committee, Mr. Speaker. And I tend to think, being a governor, he will also be able to contribute so much in the Business Committee, and the richness which will be brought there, and the beauty by Honorable Veronica Waheti Duati, the elegance which will be brought by Honorable Morin Tavida Mutinda and others is important in this Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, my people of Kirinyaga doesn't care who sit in the House Business Committee. We are bothered by Gazette notices, which is preventing the cultivation of rice in Mwea, which was issued by the former government, Mr. Speaker. That would be the things that I would like to discuss, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues which are being taken to the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate that the House Business Committee is a non-partisan committee which will look at issues and matters that concern and issues that the Senate should deliberate upon. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to do, Mr. Speaker. As I sit, Mr. Speaker, we still have devolved functions which are still held by the by the executive. We have things that we are supposed to deliberate upon, health, water, agriculture, which is still being done by the National Assembly, and while we still believe it should be the work of the Senate. I beg to support Mr. Speaker and support this motion, Mr. Speaker, so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Senator Mwinzagu Chimera, Raphael.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to fully support this motion. I've looked at that list of the nominees to the Business Committee, and it goes without saying that this is a very crucial committee in this House. I've had the chance to work with a few of the nominees in person, and these are men and women of great honor. They are beyond reproach, and I believe by the time they've made to the list, then a lot of canvassing has happened in the background, and I don't see why our colleagues who are seniors, who should actually be an example to those who are making our first debut into this House, are really concerned with the names in that list. I wish to say the following words, that earn your leadership every day. And I wish to urge the minority side to please earn your leadership today. Allow us to pass these honorable members so that we can proceed with the core business of legislating this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I fully, strongly support the motion.
Senator Kamau Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and thank you because of giving me an opportunity to speak and ventilate into this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I am here because of the people of Lamu County. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that I was sent into this House by the good people of Lamu County to ventilate into some issues which are very important. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I know that there are so many pending bills in this House that need, Mr. Speaker, to be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting, watching carefully, Mr. Speaker, as a new member of this House. And Mr. Speaker, I have made my conclusion that, Mr. Speaker, we need to move on. We need to move on because there are so many things, bills are pending, waiting for us, Mr. Speaker. And the good people of Lamu County, Mr. Speaker, are looking on me. They want me to represent them here accordingly. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that by supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, we shall make progress. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I honorably wish to support this motion. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And on the onset, 194, which is giving the functions of the House Senate Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, for sure they will learn that this is actually the engine. This committee is the engine of the Senate. Yesterday, so that they generate business for this House. And where I've come from, I can see it is a bit different. Because without the business to transact it tomorrow, then we are even actually misusing taxpayers' money. Why are we supposed to come to this House tomorrow if we have no business to transact? So I'll really beg with my colleagues. This is not a matter even to try to jest our muscles on. So I really humbly submit that this committee should be set on motion. Whoever is a member of the commission, and then maybe also through the crack there is a standing order which gives the time leg or the time that we should spend on every motion. So, Mr. Speaker, with all the guidelines that are in our standing orders, I think we are ripe for the question, and maybe through your authority, I don't want to give you guidance, but any member can stand from wherever he or she is using.
By, in particular, opposing the membership of the Right Honorable Senator to the House Business Committee. And if, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read 109.
Senator Methu. No. It was a point.
Thank you very much. I had spoken to the point of order of Senator Mogeni. I am here now to support the motion as has been presented by the Leader of Majority and seconded by the Leader of Minority and supported by the Senator for Siaya, Dr. Oburu Odinga. And from the onset, I would want to state that I was sent here by the people of Nyandarua to come and represent them here. And as somebody has already mentioned, the people of Nyandarua are not interested on who is the member of the House Business Committee. They are interested in the business that we shall be transacting here. So as I rise to support the Honorable Speaker, please allow me also to acknowledge our colleagues from the other side who have been very patriotic. I've seen the Senator for Turkana and the Senator for Lamu. Despite the party lines that have been there, they have chosen to stand with what they think is true. As I already spoke here and mentioned here, about the nomination of Senator Ali Roba into the House Business Committee, he has been here, he has also spoken to this matter. He has said and he has chosen the side that he wants to be. Just like any other senator who is in this House, they have chosen the side that they would want to be in. And we should respect his choice. And in that regard, his nomination and indeed that of the other members who are in the House Business Committee is in order, and I rise to support. We are all here, especially my colleagues. I will not want to speak about the colleagues who are on the other side. I can speak for my colleagues who are on the government side. We are here and we are very interested in pushing the legislative agenda of the government of Kenya Kwanza, which, on whose ticket we are sponsored in here. We have seen our colleagues walk out of these chambers some other time, so we do not know whether it is by design that they want to delay the formation of the House Business or Senate Business Committee. But from this side, our colleagues are very ready. We are willing and we are well prepared to come and present the business that brought us here, and it is in that regard that I support the membership of that committee. Our members from this side do tell you that I was interested in coming in because I ran for the position of the Leader of Majority, but when I looked at the person that was running against, Senator Cheriot, I chose to wait until some other time. I will come in some other time because there is still time. The Senator for Turkana mentioned that people are mentioning about young and old senators here. I might be one of the youngest at 31 as senator representing the people of Nyandarua, but there is something that we call the equality of the vote. I am the youngest, despite the fact that I have tremendous respect for the Senator for Siaya. Both of us are colleagues. Despite our age differences, we are colleagues and we shall discharge our mandate. We shall use his experience and it shall depend on my energy. And then we shall be able to move this Senate to the next level. Thank you very much and I support.
Thank you, sir. Well said, Methu. Senator Okongo Mogene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. Orders more than myself. I am my neighbor of Kerish. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record as opposing the motion that is on the floor. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of September, we took an oath before the floor of this House. And Mr. Speaker, the words were that we shall obey, we shall respect, we shall uphold, we shall preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the people of Kenya enacted this Constitution, if you read the preamble, Mr. Speaker, it says, "We the people, exercising our sovereignty and right to determine the form of governance that our country wants," enact this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while I was seated here, the minority leader, Senator Mazayo, I think invoking the provisions of Standing Order 105, on a statement of facts, tabled a letter before this House with communication from the registrar of political parties, where a communication has been made to this House through the clerk, informing this House that UDM is a member of the Azimio coalition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that Senator Ali Roba is a practicing Muslim, and I'm also a Christian. And I know under the Quran, Mr. Speaker, lying is a serious sin. And if the people of Mandera are watching, or Muslims, they know the consequences of committing a sin while you know it. And the Muslims in this House know, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, why I cannot support this motion is because doing so, Mr. Speaker, will be supporting the sin that is being committed by one of us, Mr. Speaker, which, according to the Quran, is haram, Mr. Speaker. That's something, Mr. Speaker, I'm not willing to do as Senator of Nyamira and as a citizen of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, if you read the Constitution.
Senator Boni Kalwale, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, clearly the Honorable Senator from Nyamira is casting serious aspersions against a distinguished member of this House. And Mr. Speaker, to make it worse, he's founding it in religious faith. Mr. Speaker, even if he has no regard for the honorable member, he should have regard for the Islamic faith. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I requested you ask him to withdraw his remarks.
Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect for the Senator of Kakamega, whom I've had a lot of tremendous respect for, and whose son was a faithful member of Law Society of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any point of order in what he has here said. So I beg that I proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if Honorable Alwale wants me to go further, I'll challenge you, Mr. Speaker, to request the letter that has been tabled on the floor of this House to be read. Because what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is a fact. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is a fact, Mr. Speaker. So this motion as presented, Mr. Speaker, creates the erroneous impression that Huda, or is it Kenya Kwanza coalition, has forwarded the name of Senator Ali Roba as a member of the UDA coalition, which is factually not correct, Mr. Speaker. Even if we were to forget our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, if you read the Constitution, Article 94, Mr. Speaker, Article 94, Sub-Article 4, Mr. Speaker, dictates, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to read, that Parliament shall protect this Constitution and promote the democratic governance of this republic. It is very undemocratic
Mr. Speaker, to poach members from this side to the side of the majority unprocedurally, Mr. Speaker. So if anything, Mr. Speaker, you sitting as our chair, Mr. Speaker, having been elected pursuant to Article 106 of the Constitution, must enforce good behavior, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, the registrar has given communication to the House indicating that Senator Ali Roba belongs to the Azimio coalition, there is no way, Mr. Speaker, his name can be forwarded by the majority side. And Mr. Speaker, whatever we do on this floor, Mr. Speaker, will come to haunt us tomorrow. If we go on record today as ignoring communication from an office that is recognized under our laws, that will come to bite us one day, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of those facts that are on record, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I want to be on record as opposing, Mr. Speaker, the motion that is on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I've sat here this afternoon, and on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, members from that side, from the majority side, have used unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. And we rose, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions on points of order to draw your attention to the usage of unparliamentary language on the floor. Mr. Speaker, you ignored us. But the tragedy of it is, Mr. Speaker, that goes on record, and tomorrow if somebody from the minority side uses the same language, Mr. Speaker, we'll go back to the answer of today and refer you to that record, Mr. Speaker. Because this is a house of record, Mr. Speaker. I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I've been your chair as chair of Law Society, Mr. Speaker. You have been my faithful member, Mr. Speaker. The moment you sit on the seat of the chair, Mr. Speaker, you are there to serve all of us. Pursuant to Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we have enacted standing orders that should allow all of us as elected senators, Mr. Speaker, to be given a right to debate before this floor, Mr. Speaker. If you read Article 98, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 98 are very clear, Mr. Speaker, that when a senator is on the floor, a senator has a right to rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. That is what the standing orders say, and they have the force of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, because they have been enacted pursuant to the provisions of Article 124 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have worked very hard to be elected as members of this House. And I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to be fair to all of us, Mr. Speaker. We don't mind the majority having their way, but let the minority have their say. If you read history, Mr. Speaker, there was a speaker in the US, Newton Gingrich, who served from 1995 to 1999, Republican, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he wrecked debates in the House of Representatives that by the time he was leaving, Mr. Speaker, even the Republican Party was already very unpopular in the US, Mr. Speaker. So it's good, Mr. Speaker, that you allow us to ventilate. We do what we have been elected to do, which is to push, Mr. Speaker, that we do the right things, Mr. Speaker. So I want to state, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that one time in this House, Mr. Speaker, there was a member of Parliament who was called Elijah Mwangale, Mr. Speaker. Elijah Mwangale once told us of a story of the hyena, Mr. Speaker. The hyena went and spoke to a stone. The stone did not respond. But it went away saying, even if you don't respond, you have heard. We have tabled a letter before the House. It's on record. That's a communication from the Register of Political Parties. It clearly indicates that UDM
is not a coalition of UDA, but is on Azimio coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, those who read the Quran, those who are Christians, even if you don't listen to us, you will be haunted forever. I oppose the motion.
Senator Joyce Korir, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Having read the moods of the House, I would like to request that I use the Standing Order 109, that we may call the mover to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Honorable members, if you have to be orderly. If you're going to shout at each other, then we can as well move to Kilimani Market. So, honorable senators, and I put the question, okay? I now put the question, which is, could the mover be called upon to reply? For as many as of that opinion, say aye. For as many as are of a contrary opinion, say nay. The nays, we'll proceed with the debate. Honorable members, I'm going to allow 3 minutes for contribution so that we can have as many of us make a contribution to the motion. Senator Oyomo Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute and add my voice through the discussion that is ongoing. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I oppose this motion in capital letters. The reason is, Honorable Speaker, the Bible says that what God has put together, let no man put asunder. And even though there is an active marriage, Honorable Speaker, save me from Waziri. Honorable Speaker, I said that there's an active marriage between Senator Roba and Azimio, and it is worse that he comes and denounces the partner, but even worse, that the offsprings from that marriage, like members of his party, follow suit. I want to follow my heart and say that is not acceptable. I've been reminded so many times that this is a house of procedure and a house of rules, and I think let's give time to Senator Roba to join us, sort himself out, take the time, and when the time comes, he can join his heart. I therefore oppose this motion.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed. Honorable senators, from my screen, all those senators appearing on my screen, they've actually made a contribution to this motion. Yeah, but see. Honorable Senator, you spoke to the motion. Yes, then you already, yes. The Senator for Machakos, your name keeps on coming and disappearing. Mudama Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this. First of all, I want to say this is a very important committee for the House, because without this committee being in place, the House cannot start the business. And Mr. Speaker, I want to request, because I can see most of the senators are not very happy with the name of Roba being there. They are not complaining about any other member. Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to see what you can do if that is the only contention there, so that this committee can be put in place and the House takes off, because we need to move and we need to deliberate the business of this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the rest of them who have an issue with the same, because Senator Roba belonged to Azimio before moving there, and the issue is still in court. So if we pass here an issue that is in court that is not yet passed in court, I think we'll not be doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and I oppose this.
Senator Kibwana Ali Hamida.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mimi naomba kupinga na nitapinga tena mara tatu. Kiislamu, kama Bwana Roba kakangu, talaka ni tatu. Talaka ni tatu. Kwa hivyo talaka hata ya kwanza, ama harusi bado haijaiva vizuri, umeshapeana talaka ya kwanza. Kwa hivyo kuna ya pili na ya tatu. Kwa hivyo kaka bwana, njoo tumalize harusi, njoo ukamilishe mambo yako, ndio tujue kama talaka utapeana ya pili na ya tatu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator, I'd wish to see those who are yet to contribute to this motion. And Senator Montate Batuli Betty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, mine will be, we've had members from the other side urging us to join them, but mine will be an appeal to Honorable Senator. Please save the House, save the time, cross over, let's finish this business and we move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Karungo, Senator Karungo Tagwa, Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Senator Karungo Wadhangwa from Kiambu. As I stand here to support this motion, I would want to remind you of a story in the Bible, Mr. Speaker, of a woman who, in front of King Solomon, said the child was hers, but told the king to kill it. Mr. Speaker, everybody from the Azimio side is claiming the senator, robber, is theirs, but they are saying, shoot him. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House, and especially the opposition, just be honest with yourself and support this motion. Because if at all he was yours, why would you deny him an opportunity to be in that committee? Mr. Speaker, this House committee, business committee, will determine the programs of this House. And as we speak here, Mr. Speaker, there are so many issues that need to be debated, to be talked about in this honorable House. If we do not have a House Business Committee, we might not be having the bills, the motions that we expect to pass in this assembly. The hustlers out there, they are waiting for the Hustlers Fund. Without this business committee, we cannot move forward. And this Hustlers Business Committee won't be only on Kenya Kwanza's side. It's going to be in this country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President was in Homa Bay over the weekend, and the hustlers there told him they are waiting for that Hustlers Fund. Mr. Speaker, if we do not have this House Business Committee, we will delay their right to do business and, of course, to fund innovations. Mr. Speaker, we are awaiting to discuss the presidential address of this House, Mr. Speaker. And with that, we are going to formulate so many policies, to pass so many bills to actualize the plan of Kenya Kwanza. And Mr. Speaker, without this House Business Committee, we cannot do that. I urge the Azimio side of things to kindly support this motion. Mr. Speaker, in Kiambu, there's wildlife conflict. Hyenas are mauling our children every day. And if we cannot discuss that right here, today or tomorrow, then we are doing injustice to the people who voted for us. Mr.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to oppose this motion. I want to quote the Speaker in Naivasha. Mr. Speaker, you told us, and I quote, "Things do not go wrong, things start wrong." End of quote. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot start wrong this time round. We want to have a Senate that will assert itself. We want to have a Senate Business Committee that will represent the interests of the Senate as an institution, not just political formations. Mr. Speaker, what is it that we are tussling over? The Senate Business Committee is not just like any other committee. If you look at other jurisdictions, in the United States of America, in the House of Representatives, the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has got almost all the rights available to set the agenda of the House. If you go to the US Senate, the leader of the majority of the Senate has got the powers that have been assigned to the SBC in our case. The drafters of our Constitution and of our standing orders realized that you could not give such powers to an individual. And that is why they decided that there would be a Senate Business Committee chaired by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, remember that the job description of the Speaker is in the Constitution. The Speaker is an ex officio member of this House. And so the Speaker chairing the SBC does not mean the Speaker sets the agenda for the Senate. And that is why the people we send to the SBC should be people who have passed the test of integrity and acceptability across the aisle. This should not be a partisan matter. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge Senator Cheriot and Senator, the minority leader on our side. There have been moments like this when there seems to be a stalemate, and sometimes people don't understand why. Senator Orengo, Senator Kipchumba, who are leaders back then, would call some time off and tell senators, let's meet and agree on this matter so that it is not divisive. Mr. Speaker, I want to say before that light goes on, that I will oppose a situation where former governors are sitting in select committees that are supposed to oversight matters in this House. And the SBC is such a committee because it provides direction to all committees. Mr. Speaker, how I wish the leaders of both sides could agree so that we can come back here tomorrow and have an SBC that will stand for the institution called the Senate and not for political formations. Mr. Speaker, I oppose and propose that Cheriot, Senator, and Justice Madzayo, please call some time out. It has been done before. Otherwise, we are going to have a defeat here, and someone will argue that it will take 6 months to bring back this motion, Mr. Speaker. What will happen to the Senate if we don't have an SBC and a motion cannot be brought back?
Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, because I know we are pressed for time, I'd have made arguments for why my colleagues on the minority side are extremely wrong on this issue, to imagine that the Senator Ali Roba belongs to their side of a coalition. But I'll stick to only one. The membership of SPC, Mr. Speaker, is determined and set out. And if you read our standing order number 190, Mr. Speaker, it sets out for the membership of this committee. I did the nomination for Senator Ali Roba, and I did it in full consciousness, Mr. Speaker, that Kenya Kwanza coalition includes UDM, the party that Senator Ali Roba belongs. Number two, Mr. Speaker, and I'd wish to direct my colleague Senator Mogeni, because you're senior counsel, you respect this constitution, please read our constitution article 2 on what happens when we as a parliament, for example, pass laws that are inconsistent with this constitution. The import is at sub-article 4. The import, Mr. Speaker, is such that to the extent of the inconsistency of that particular law to the statutes and the dictate of our constitution, that law is an nullity. The law upon which the gentlemen in Azimio want to rely upon to claim Senator Ali Roba is that he bound himself into some form of a marriage and therefore he cannot leave. Article 36, Mr. Speaker, of our Constitution gives members...
What is your point of order, Senator? What is your point of order, Senator Sifuna?
Thank you very much. My point of order is that Senator Cheriot cannot abrogate himself the powers under the Constitution reserved for the High Court. No. Reserved for the High Court to determine unconstitutionality of any law. You are not, it is not your place. Sit down.
Order,
sit down.
Senators.
Sit down.
Senator
Mr. Speaker, protect
make
me.
your point of order.
My point of order is this. It is not the place of Aaron Cheriot, Senator, or any of us here to determine the unconstitutionality of any law, any tradition as set out under
Article 2 that is quoting for you, Mr. Speaker. So if
Senator Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, is eating into my time with trivialities. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to point out one final thing. Article 35 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know whether for this one he will say, freedom of association, Article number 36. Senator Ali Roba has chosen to associate with Kenya Kwanza. This is the supreme law of this land. There is no other law that you can quote anywhere that denies him that right, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Kajwang began this story about Senator Ali Roba is married to Azimio. You know, in this Nairobi, there's something called Kukula Fair, Mr. Speaker. That if you gift a lady, Mr. Speaker, a gift, and they accept, that should not be considered to be a consent to full rights of her body, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the fact that Senator Ali Roba may have gone on a date with Azimio does not mean that he's married to them, Mr. Speaker. He has chosen which side he belongs to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed, I thought, Senator, you spoke to...
Sijachangia mswada wa kuchagua. Sijachagua, nimezungumza on a point of order. Nilizungumza kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
Senator Faki, just a minute, Senator Faki.
Thank you. Nilizungumza kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
He spoke to the point of order, not to the substantive motion. Senator Faki, please.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kusema kwamba kamati inayobuniwa ni kamati muhimu sana kwa bunge la Senate. Na ni kamati ambayo inatoa mwongozo kwa kazi yote ambayo inaendeshwa katika bunge hili. Kwa hivyo ni kamati ambayo hatuwezi kupuuza. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima kama bunge la Senate, na ikiwa hili ndio swala letu la kwanza ambalo liko mbele yetu, lazima tufuate sheria kulingana na vile katiba na kanuni zetu za bunge la Senate zinavyoeleza. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba majina yaliyopendekezwa yameleta utata. Baadhi ya majina yameweza kuleta utata. Na utata ni kwamba je, Senator Roba amependekezwa na upande walio wengi ama upande walio wachache? Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la nani wako wengi na nani wako wachache katika bunge hili ni swala ambalo litatatuliwa na kutokana na mwongozo ambao utatoka kwa mkurugenzi wa vyama vya kisiasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengi yamezungumziwa hapa, lakini swala je, chama cha UDM kiko katika mrengo gani katika bunge hili? Na mpaka sasa mwongozo uliotoka kwa mkurugenzi wa vyama vya kisiasa ni kuwa chama cha UDM bado kiko katika mrengo wa Azimio. Na hili swala ambalo hata Mheshimiwa Roba mwenyewe amelizungumzia, akasema tumepeleka kesi mahakamani na mahakama bado haijatoa mwongozo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa ungenilinda na Mheshimiwa Cherelgei, tafadhali naongea, natoa mchango wangu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba mambo ambayo yamezungumzwa hapa ni kwamba mpaka sasa na kulingana na stakabadhi zilizotolewa ni kwamba mheshimiwa chama cha UDM bado ni chama ambacho kiko katika mrengo wa Azimio. Na mpaka watakapojitoa katika mrengo wa Azimio, sheria inawatambua kama wanachama wa mrengo wa Azimio. Na kwa sababu hiyo haiwezekani mwanachama wa chama chetu wa mrengo wetu aweze kupendekezwa na upande wa pili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kisasa, kwa mambo ya kisasa kama anavyosema Senator Cheriot ni kwamba amekula nauli ya huku. Kwa hivyo hawezi kula nauli mbili. Shaona. Hawezi kula, ni haramu kula nauli mbili. Kwa hivyo tunasema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba swala hili ni rahisi. Swala hili ni rahisi kwamba iwapo tutataka kusonga mbele. Na ningekubaliana na ndugu yangu Senator Kajwang kwamba kwa vile tunataka kufanya mambo kisawasawa, hatujakataa kuchaguliwa seneta mwingine yoyote. Lakini tunasema kwamba Senator Roba na chama chake cha ODM ni haramu kuwa katika kamati hii.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Margaret Kamar. What is your point of order, Senator Osotsi? Order, senators.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I have had an opportunity to look at the letter that has been tabled by the minority leader. Yeah, he tabled the letter. I've looked at the letter. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from the majority leader? Can you protect me from majority leader? The phone was tabled. The letter was in soft.
Honorable Senator Osotsi.
Yes.
I have ruled on that particular matter. And I saw how the other senators were navigating through debate, using the same issue, but using it for purposes of opposing the motion. So unless you are raising it in
Mr.
opposition
Speaker,
to the
this
motion,
is a new matter.
it cannot be a...
This is a new matter.
It's
a new matter.
Honorable Senator, it cannot be a point of order because I have already ruled on that particular issue.
It's a new matter,
You can use
Mr.
it
Speaker.
as a reason either to support or to oppose the substantive motion.
Mr. Speaker, it's a new matter. It's a new matter. It's a new matter which I want to put it across. It's a new matter.
Senator Osotsi.
Yes.
I gave you an opportunity to make your point of order, and nothing new was raised. It was the very same matter that I had ruled on. So kindly take your seat. Kindly. Kindly take your seat, Senator. Kindly. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to both sides. I have approached my brother and we have had a discussion. Whether we agreed or not, I thought it was wise if I could bring it to the attention of the House. I'm coming under Order 38. If I may read it. At any time during the proceedings, a senator may, for reasons stated, claim to move that the Senate do suspend its proceedings for the time being in order to find a solution. So out of all this, I'm asking for the wisdom to prevail now. Looks like we are not getting any headway. I'm asking for your intervention. Senator Cherargei, you've been in this House for long enough. If I'm on my feet, please respect. So,
Senator
Cherargei, address the chair.
Senator Cherargei. Senator, can we be orderly? Senator Cherargei.
You are just acting like a hooligan and not
Senator
a
Cherargei, can you be orderly, please? The senator for Kilifi is on his feet. Allow him to make his point of order in silence. Proceed,
Yes.
Senator.
It is in that regard, therefore, that I'm asking for time out so that we are able to have this matter discussed and agreed upon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot and Senator Mazayo, kindly approach the chair. Order, honorable senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, resume your seats, please. Senators, the chair is upstanding. Kindly do as the standing orders require of you. Honorable senators, on a point of order, the senator for Kilifi rose seeking to suspend debate. I thought maybe he would have proceeded to say that they had an agreement between the leader of majority and the leader of minority on that particular regard. However, that particular point of order is coming at the tail end when we are concluding debate of this motion. In fact, we only have one senator to go, Senator Margaret Kamar, so that we conclude this debate. I wish it was raised early, having seen how things were moving. Honorable Jerengai, please. The chair is speaking. And therefore, I will decline that request. I will allow Senator Margaret Kamar to proceed so as we conclude this debate on this motion and take it thereafter, take it forward thereafter. Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I go by the Senator of Turkana, that right is right and wrong is wrong. And it is very important for us to stick to what is right and what is wrong. And for that reason, I was very concerned, Mr. Speaker, during this debate, when we were told that a letter went to the clerk and has not reached the Speaker. I had hoped that, Mr. Speaker, you would tell us if you got that letter. I want to appeal that even as we come tomorrow, because we are very fortunate that we have two Secretary Generals in this House this time, and they have documents that are more privileged than us. We have three, I'm told. So I was going to request, Mr. Speaker, that you demand that not the phone, but a copy of the letter be tabled so that you can rule on it. Because in the event that we are not able to rule on that, then it is true that we will give on this side asking Robert to come back home. And most likely, he will be divided also because he doesn't know whether the ruling was correct. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to accept. My son-in-law is already telling him to come home. So, Rioba, come home and we finish this debate. Thank you.
Honorable senators, I want to believe that all senators have had an opportunity to contribute to this motion. They are called upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contributions that have taken place this afternoon have converged, apart from only one point, the so-called suspect membership of one of the members. So members, before you vote, let us remember who we are. We are formed by the Constitution of Kenya, and the standing committees of this House are drawn from Article 124 of the Constitution. Article 124 speaks to only 2 points that I want to request you, Senator Mugeni to reflect on as you vote yes. Aaron Cheriot, you reflect on the standing order number 199 that found itself in our booklet because of Article 124. It says that when we vote this afternoon, we don't vote to the exclusion of any member of that committee, we only vote for the list of the members. Number two, and finally, Article 124 says that if for whatever reason the senator you have disagreed with was not supposed to be there, it says that it doesn't matter. The proceedings will still go on. It would not prevent us from proceeding. And for that reason, I request the whole House we be respected by Kenya as people who know what we are doing and vote yes. I move the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 84-2, I do now make a determination that this particular matter does not affect counties, and therefore voting shall be by voice. Honorable Senators, all the honorable senators, I now put the question that pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 191 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. 1, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, as a member. Senator Veronica Wahete Nduati, MP, as a member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, a member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamari, EGH, MP, member. Senator Munyehaji Faki, MP, member. And lastly, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. Honorable members, let me allow the senators to Honorable senators, will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Clearly the ayes have it. Honorable senators, The nays have the numbers, and therefore, under Standing Order 88, may the division bell be rung for 5 minutes. hapo. Senator Mazayo, can we have the proposed teller? A teller, your proposed teller. And Senator Cheriot, can we? Yes. So can I have the name? Senator, this Senator Singh. Yeah. Okay. And then I. Okay. Honorable Senators, we now do have the tailors. For the nays, we have Honorable Senator Beth Siengo. And for the ayes, we have Senator Chirangei. You may now proceed to lock the doors on the bar drawn. Order, Senators.
Honorable Mazayo, you have proposed your teller. What the other side proposes
really is not. Honorable Senators, I now do put the question that pursuant to Standing Orders 190 and 199.3, the Senate approves the following senators nominated to serve in the Senate Business Committee, in addition to the Speaker of the Senate, who pursuant to Standing Order 191 shall be the chairperson of the committee, the Senate Majority Leader, the chairperson of the Senate Minority Leader, the Senate Majority Whip, and the Senate Minority Whip. Members, Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, MP, member. Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati, MP, member. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP, member. Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, member. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH, MP, member. Senator Munyihaji Faki, MP, member. And lastly, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, member. Clerk, you may now proceed to call the individual senators in the alphabetical order.
Roll call vote. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Yes, in Kenya Constitution, there is freedom of worship and association. I vote yes.
You
I vote
say
yes.
yes or no?
I vote yes.
No speeches.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
You've had, we've given each an opportunity to contribute. That hurdle is beyond us now. It's either yes or no, and you take a seat.
Senator Abdurrahman Miraj Abdullahi. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma.
I vote no.
Senator Asige Crystal Kegehi.
I vote no.
Senator Boy Isa Juma.
Very good.
Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of great people of Nandi, I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui.
Kericho votes yes.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich.
Transoia vote yes.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said.
Marsabit says yes.
Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen.
On the behalf of people of Turkana County who are bleeding needs, I vote yes.
Order members.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed. Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
I mean, it's obvious. Homa Bay votes no.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech.
Yeah, for the truth and the truth alone, I vote no.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku.
I vote no.
Senator Kathuri Murungi.
Meru, as usual, Atupangwingwi. I vote yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja.
Nakuru votes a big yes.
Senator Halwale Boni.
On behalf of Kakamega, I vote yes.
Senator Kibwana Hamida Ali.
I vote no, of course.
Senator Kipkiror William Cheptumo.
On behalf of the great people of Baringo County, I vote a big yes.
Senator Korir Joyce Chepkoech.
I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Ltumbesi. Senator Lemaletian Hezena.
On behalf of my leader Raila Odinga and the large Azimio family, I vote a resounding no.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga.
On behalf of the people of Makueni, I vote no.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru.
I vote no.
Senator Mandago.
I vote no.
Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat.
On behalf of the people of Uasin Gishu County, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogwa George Mungai.
I vote yes.
Senator Medhu John Moher.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyandarua, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nyamira and in defense of our constitution, I vote no.
Senator Mohammed Shakila Abdallah.
Sorry, Brother Rob, I vote no.
Senator Montet Betty Batuli.
I vote no.
Senator Muma Catherine Muyeka.
On behalf of all Kenyans who respect the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi.
Embu County, yes. Like Solomon. Yes. 100%.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya. Senator Murango James Kamau.
On behalf of the great men and women of Kirinyaga, I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the great people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, and in defense of our constitution, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mudhama Agnes Kavindu.
On behalf of the people of Machakos and the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Mutinda Maureen Tabitha.
On behalf of Kenya Kwanza and Nairobi City, I strongly vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe. Senator Mwenda Julius Gataya.
On behalf of Tharaka-Nithi, the stronghold, this is a very big yes.
Senator Mwenyehaji Mohamed Faki.
On behalf of the great people of Mombasa, and on my own behalf, I vote no. Yes. No.
Senator
Poti ni yetu.
Senator Mwinzagu Raphael Chimera.
On behalf of the average Kenyan youth and the people of Kwale, I emphatically vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa. Senator Nduati Veronica Waheti.
On behalf of all Kenyans who voted for change and for good governance, I vote a resounding yes.
Senator Ngoge Joe Joseph Nyoto.
On behalf of the people of Muranga, I vote yes.
Senator Njeri Nyamo Karen.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Nairobi County, the capital city of Kenya, Nairobi delegation.
Order members. Members, let us allow the Honorable Senator to make a vote.
I represent Nairobians of goodwill. Mr. Speaker, I vehemently, categorically vote yes.
Senator Odhiambo Ojienda Tom.
On behalf of the people of Kisumu County, I vote no.
Senator Oginga Oburu.
Yes. On behalf of the great people of Siaya, I categorically vote no. And don't ask why.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata. Senator Olekina Ledama.
On behalf of the people of Narok and in defense of the rule of law, I vote no.
Senator Omar Mariam Sheikh.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote capital yes.
Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima. Senator Orwoba Gloria Magoma.
On behalf of 27 million women who I represent here in the Senate, and on behalf of the Kisii County delegation who is absent, I vote yes.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno.
On behalf of the great people of Vihiga and those who are against impunity, I vote no.
Senator Oyomo Beatrice Akinyi.
On behalf of the many Kenyans who want to be on the right side of history, I vote no.
Senator Recha Julius Mugo.
On behalf of the Pokot people who are conscious and brave, we say yes.
Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote yes.
Members, let us allow Senator Roba to make his vote count.
On behalf of Mandera County, I vote yes.
Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar. Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the real Nairobi, on behalf of ODM and Azimio, in defense of the Constitution and the sanctity of marriages, I vote no.
Senator Siengo Beth Kalunda.
Thank you. On behalf of all the women that are representing this nation and for the sake of integrity, I vote no.
Senator Dhangwa Paul Karungo.
On behalf of the people of Kiambu, the majority votes, I vote yes.
Senator Tobiko Peris Pesi. Senator Tuya Roslinda Soipan. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Bomet and on my own behalf, I vote yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome. Senator Wambua Enoch Kiio.
Mr. Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, for the rule of law, for the majority Azimio, One Kenya, I vote no.
Yeah. Senator Abdurrahman Miraj Abdullahi, Senator Boy Isa Juma, Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed, Senator Lelegwe Steve Lutumbesi, Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Senator Seki Lenku Olekanar, Senator Tobiko Peris Pesi, Senator Tuya Roslinda Soipan, Senator Wamatinga Wahome.
Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Ayes 29, nays 23, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. There. Honorable Senators, having approved the Senators to serve in the Senate Business Committee, and therefore dispensing with the scheduled business of the House for the day, this is to inform the members of the said committee of a meeting immediately after the rise of the Senate. The meeting will take place in Committee Room number 4, first floor, main Parliament buildings. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Wednesday, 5th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m.